What's up, everybody? Shaun, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I can hear you, so it looks like we're okay. Everything's good. Sorry, good evening, everybody, or a good late afternoon to some of you on the West Coast. Sorry, we're just having a little bit of technical difficulties trying to figure out the mute button. But everything seems okay now anyway, so all is good. We're all good to go. Just want to say hello to all of you real quick. Before I do my promos, let me see who's in here. Hart, of course, first one this time. Wow. Lovely to have you as always, my friend. Good to see you. Number one Marvel fan, Tommy. What up, man? What up? How's it going? Jason Ladwig. Evening all. Hi, Hart. Hi, Tom, Ruben, and welcome, Shaun. Look at that. What a man. What a gentleman. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. And number one Marvel fan. Hey, Jason, back to you. Peter O, last week's guest. Look at that. Good evening, fellow art addicts. Good to see you, Peter. Lovely to have you dropping in after your first appearance. That's pretty cool. And CJ, good to see you as always. Good evening to you. I don't know. Is Vivian in the chat tonight, CJ? I don't know. There she is. Is she? There she is. There you go. Okay. Rickster, good evening to you, my friend. Good to see you. Larry Wong, lovely to see you as always. Jeff Wedding, what is up in Vegas? TJ, evening to you, my friend. What is up? What is up? Howdy to us. Thank you very kindly. We appreciate it. Thank you. Whoa, Marcus is excited. Excited to see Shaun. You'll save some of those woes for the artwork and his stories. Got some good stories too. So Sunday sundown show and tell. Let's go. What's up, Mike? Good to see you. As always, my lovely wife. Thank you. And she's always she's not into the hobby, but she's always here to support me. So I love that. You know, how can you not love that? And thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Very lovely of you to say. So yeah, everybody, tonight I find we have, I mean, you know, I always have fun. We always seem to have fun here every week. So, you know, not yes, I'll pat myself on the back. But in seriousness, it's a little bit, I feel extra special tonight, only because we're doing something just slightly different than we usually do. In that I'm allowing Shaun to show a few extra pieces that we'll be showing as not part of the show and tell, but during his, you know, story of how he got into collecting, growing up, getting into comics and all that. And then want to make it clear to all of you, so pay attention here. And I know more people will be trickling in as we go within these next few minutes. But I'll tell you guys now. I guess I'll remind everybody later. If you can, stick around until the end of the show. After we show the last piece in the show and tell, which is, you know, the usual 20 pieces or so, Shaun is going to unveil one last piece. So I have a slide for it, and Shaun has it in hand with him, so he'll be able to show it on screen. And it's a really interesting, cool, kick-ass piece of like Marvel history. I think a lot of you will like it and appreciate it, so stick around for that, okay? And so yeah, we'll be doing that right at the very end. So just before, as always, before we get into it with Shaun, let me quickly just do a couple of promos because a few of our friends have put out videos this week. And let me see. So the first one, I believe this is for Karen. Karen dropped the video this week, and it is a unboxing. And as always, incorporating comics and artwork, original artwork, and a lot of fun. So about 17 minutes, worth your time for sure. Hopefully that link that I just put in is the right link. I hope so. Please, somebody feel free to check and tell me. And let me see who else we have. Carl. Carl also did not an unboxing, but Carl from Carl's collection, and I'm sure he'll probably pop in about an hour or so. Let me see here. He showed some art this time from his pickups from the Philly Con that happened. I think it was a couple of weeks, 3 weeks back. Yeah, he shows a few things. So that's another very interesting video. A lot of fun. And I believe there's one more. Let me check. See. Oh, Lee Parmenter also put out a video this week. And for Lee, it was an unboxing. So let me pop that in here. And if you haven't subscribed and you don't mind, feel free to please give him a subscribe. He could use the help. His channel is the tiniest of all of us right now. So I'm sure he would appreciate that. But at least give him a like on the videos. If you check anything out, that would be cool. And last but not least, let me get that here. This time, Nick, not Nick, actually Jay, to be more precise. Producer Jay from Nick's channel, he reached out to me today to give me the direct link. Finally, I don't have to go searching. Here you go. I'm popping it in right now. And that's for Nicky B's show, the EXP. Here we go. That's the lovely gentleman himself. And that's for this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we will see the return of Nicky B this week because he was not there this week and Spencer had taken over. And I was not able to make it, but I saw that it was only a 1 hour show. So I like that, actually, you know, because mine go too long. But check all those out if you guys can, if you have time, everyone. All of these channel owners would really appreciate the support. And yes, CJ, he's absolutely a great guy. Absolutely. So CJ, she threw the yeah, look at you giving hints. I never want to spoil it for people. Look at you. Okay, I'm not going to say anything else, though. Southern Comic Geek, by the way. What's up, man? Good to see you. Hey, look at that, Sean. We have people regular, by the way. David Barr, all the way from Australia, 16 hours away right now. It's already lunchtime in Australia where he is right now. And he's at work, slacking off, listening to us. How's that? Like, that's pretty good, right? And, oh my gosh, another appearance by my friend, Mike Davis, fellow Canuck. What's up, Mike? Good to see you, sir. And hopefully you were attracted by Sean and his collection and not my ugly face, as always. We'll see. We'll see how long you stick around. Hopefully I don't scare you away. But yeah, let the marathon begin, says TJ. Who's to say it's going to be a marathon? Hey, listen, it's become like normal for it to be 3 hours on average. So it's not really a marathon anymore. It used to be. You're right. A year ago, it used to be like, wow, 3 hours, you know. But now it's more like that's the norm for us. So, but thank you as always, everybody, for tuning in, dropping by, and supporting everything that I and you guys together with the guests all do together, because it's all of us together that make these shows so fun on Sunday nights. And I really appreciate you as always. So thank you. Okay. So with all that being said, what's up, Tom? Sean, I would love it if you would regale our lovely live chatters with the story of how you discovered comic books, I guess. And you don't have to dwell too much on that part. But then how it led to you discovering original art and then getting into buying and collecting original art.
Okay. By the way, I found the mute button.
He was having trouble finding the mute button, everybody. That was part of the reason we were late coming on the live. There you go. All right. No worries.
Also, am I supposed to see the chat, or is that going to be popping up on YouTube?
If you can see the button for the live chat, you can click it and you'll see the chat. I always suggest, I can't force you to do anything. I suggest you don't look at it, though, because it ultimately, what I've noticed with some guests, that they end up getting so caught up in reading, and they read ahead, and I'm trying to stay behind so I don't skip over anybody, and they're ahead, and I there's been times where I've been talking and asking the guests something, and they're so zoned into the chat that I'm like, hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if you're gonna do it, just be careful, and that's it. That's all I can say.
All right. So I started collecting comics probably. I grew up in Massachusetts. So
Oh, are you a Massachusetts kid?
yeah,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I moved to Seattle in 1991. But up until that point, I was in the Lawrence, Massachusetts area and bought comics off the stands. They didn't have any comic specialty shops in the 70s. And so I would race other kids and collectors and see who could get the comics off the rack before the other guys did. And there were only 2 stores in our city that had comics. So I would say I've narrowed it down to about March of 1977 was around the time. Well, that's the cover date of the comic. So it's probably January or so.
January, probably, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's when I started buying comics off the rack. Now, before then, my mom would bring comics home, but they were usually Richie Rich or something like that, Charlton's. But I started buying Marvel and DC off the rack in 77, along with baseball cards and other stuff. And so none of the other kids in my block or my area were collecting at the time. So I was the only kid really buying comics up until I moved to Seattle. So I didn't have any network of kids at all growing up. So I collected about 77 to around 85. 85 was my junior year of high school, and I got a girlfriend. She didn't like comics, so that's when I stopped.
Comics?
Yeah.
So you dumped comics instead of dumping the girlfriend?
Correct. And then we lasted a couple of years, and then I met my first wife, and she didn't care, so I started recollecting comics with my first wife, and that lasted about 10 years. And my current, my wife that I've been with for 25 years now doesn't care either. She's not into them, but she understands what we do.
That's what I was gonna say. As long as she understands, that's what you want, not somebody who's hating on you for it,
Yeah, no, she's been very receptive to it. She's gone to a couple of cons, and that was enough for her. So
I understand.
But back in the 1970s, growing up, I had the Mego superheroes. I had the Battlestar Galactica, the Star Wars figures and such. And I had a tendency to want to draw. And I was copying artwork from pages back in the 70s, thinking that when I grew up, I would probably be a comic book artist someday. And when I graduated 8th grade, we had a vocational high school in our area. And you can pick commercial art and vocational high schools. I don't know if you know what they are, but they would be one.
I do, but I at least in the area I live, I don't think I've never seen or heard of any. I don't know if it's an American thing strictly or not, whatever. But I'm aware of it because I've heard of a lot of people, New York and Massachusetts and other places. It's quite a big thing in the United States for sure.
What part of Canada are you in?
I'm in Montreal, so Quebec.
Okay, I've been to Montreal. I actually honeymooned in Montreal. Toronto, we had an engineering office in Toronto, so I've been to Toronto and Montreal. Montreal about a dozen times.
Oh wow!
St. Charles. I used to hang out at St. Charles Street, and that used to be where all the arcades and the clubs were. The clubs. But we saw the Expos up there one day too. But anyways.
My late lamented Expo. Yeah, thank you.
It was a 6-hour drive. 6 hours, or is it 8 hour? It was 6 hours. 6 hour to the border from Massachusetts, Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Oh yeah, 5 to 6 hours from Massachusetts. Yeah, very simple.
Yeah. Well, going back to my story then. So I wanted to draw, and so when I was going into high school, the trades that the vocational school had, you had to list 2 choices. Commercial art was my first choice, and drafting was my second. And because I put drafting as my second, and I guess nobody else wanted drafting, they figured, well, we got someone who's actually interested in it. So they put me in drafting, and I never got to commercial art. If I went to commercial art, my story would probably be different. But I went to drafting, and I learned mechanical drawing. They teach you everything. It's like being in college. They would teach you a little of everything, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, wow.
And then junior and senior year, they actually find you or let you leave the school to work on called co-op, and you get to work at a company for 1 week and then go back to high school the second week. And they alternate. And you get paid for it. And so, and you're in credit, so it's like a college course.
Right.
And so I learned drafting, and I went into an engineering company. I went into an HVAC mechanical engineering company that was in Massachusetts, and so that helped me, appreciate artwork more. I think I maybe you might agree with this, but I feel that a lot of us original comic art collectors are basically frustrated artists ourselves who wanted to be an artist.
Sure.
I rarely find an art collector who hasn't done drawings himself.
Right.
So anyways, well, that's what my goal was, but the money was in the engineering side. So I stayed in the engineering side and moved to Boston. Not moved to Boston. I worked in Boston for a couple of years. And then 1990, the economy back east was going down. And I had an in-law living in Seattle area. So I moved out to the Seattle area and I stayed ever since.
Oh, okay.
Got divorced in 98. She moved back to Massachusetts, and I met my current wife in 98. Wow. And she's from here. And trying to think of anything else related to. Well, anyways, when I came back to Seattle, when I moved to Seattle in 1991, a few months later, I saw an advertisement for a local convention, a comic convention, which I never heard of before. So they were never advertised at all in Massachusetts, where I was. And so I went to see Stan Lee. So Stan Lee in November of 1991 was the first comic professional I ever met. And I was hooked from there on. So I kept going to conventions locally. Met and there were a lot of local artists in the Seattle area. Paul Gulacy, Mike Plug, Mike Grell, Rick Holberg, Ron Randall, Val Merrick. They were all in our area, so I was able to network with them, and a lot of them have moved since, but there's still a few still around here.
You were seeing them at you saw them for the first time at that con?
At the 1991 con, I went as a guest or as an attendee, and mingled and was blown away with how accessible these guys were. I mean, Stan Lee actually stood there and talked to me for 15 minutes without charging me. I had a photo taken with him and everything. He didn't bill me for it or not. And
nobody charged in those days. Nobody, No,
he was just happy to talk. He didn't have there were a couple of people in line, but not a lot. There was a limit of how many comics you can get signed. So I had my How to Draw the Marvel Comics the Marvel Way book. I still had that with me because I brought it from Massachusetts. I haven't signed that, which I still have. Cool. But yeah, he was a very nice guy. Everybody was. I rarely met anybody in the industry who wasn't nice. I think they were just trying to get business. And then I started buying and selling comics. And I started probably in 93, 94, thinking this was going to be easy. My first Golden Age comic, I made a couple of $1,000. And I was like, this is easy. So I started doing that for a while. And so I was setting up at the local shows. And in 1997, on my birthday, which was my 30th birthday, we had a local show, and Sheldon Moldoff was set up at that show. And I was actually just going there to try to find a couple of comics on my want list. I needed the Conan one. I had a couple $100 on me. And Sheldon Moldoff had his artwork on his display. And I thought they were prints because they looked so nice in color. Right. And he told me they were original drawings at the time. And it was and Rick, I'll tell you my story about Rick in a few minutes.
All right, we got a Rick story, yeah.
But so I bought a Sheldon Moldoff Hawkman and a Black Pirate commission from him, probably for $250, $300, which I thought was cheap. I didn't know comic original artwork was that cheap back then.
What? But you said that was the early 90s, right?
97, June 1st of 97.
Okay, 97. Still, for 97? Wow, you could get a lot of different types of like Bronze Age panel pages still from Marvel for $350. For $350. That's a lot of money back in that time.
Well, that was the first time I bought art for myself. I had run into original art when I was buying and selling comics in the mid-90s, so around 1995. So I had a little network of people. If I found, because Paul Gulacy was in the area, so you would find Master of Kung Fu art in the local area, Warlord art in the area, because these local artists were selling them in the shows in the 1980s and such. So when I came across stuff like that, I would sell like Master of Kung Fu to Roger Clark. I don't know if you know who Roger Clark is, but he was he was the big Master of Kung Fu guy.
Yeah.
And so everybody had their little niches, and so I was wheeling and dealing then. But the Sheldon Moldoff story was the first piece I bought for myself and kept, and still framed. It's on my wall.
You still have it? Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. And then I met him my friend wanted to go to San Diego 2 months or a month later, and I went down with him. It's the only time I went to the San Diego Comic-Con in '97, and I met trying to remember the artist I met there. Sheldon Moldoff was there too, and he had done a couple of cover recreations for me, which I still have. And the other artists I met were Jim Mooney, right? I think. Oh, Dick Ayers for sure. Russ Heath. Oh, Russ Heath wasn't even a guest. He was just going around, traveling around, looking for his heart medication. He had lost it, and he was asking every table if we've seen a bottle of pills he had dropped.
Just FYI, Shaun. Last week with Peter, he was supposed to tell us all some stories about Russ Heath, because that man's got some stories, or he's been involved in some stories. He's always an interesting character, but we never got around to it. And it was still like a 3-hour plus show. We never got around to it. So feel free if you want to tell a Russ Heath story. That's up to you.
Sure, I'll tell you one. In 2004, 2005, he came to Seattle. He and I had done some commissions and recreations before then. But when he told me he was coming up to Seattle Emerald City Comic Con, which I think was the first or second show we ever had up here, not the national one, he came up with Roy Thomas. And Roy Thomas was here also. So they were both on a panel. And I had asked some crazy comment to Roy Thomas about what he thought about creator rights and who owned what, and he basically blew up at me on that, because he kept saying that he created Iron Fist, and he thinks he was due more money. And I was like, I had opened the scab, I didn't know that was there. After that, Russ Heath came up to me, and his girlfriend was 30 years younger than him. She was my age. She was like 2 years older than me. A model, black hair. In fact, some of the commissions you see online are her. Right. If you see like a Betty Page style nudes and stuff like that, it was her.
That was her.
And so she wanted my phone number. Now remember, I'm married now.
Yeah.
And she wanted to talk to me after the show and wanted to meet up. And so that's my story about Russ Heath. His girlfriend.
Wow. That's a good one. No, I appreciate that. Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome. Like there are so many out there, like I said, I wish we would have gotten the time and remembered to do it last week, whatever, but maybe in a future appearance. But it's fun to hear them. By the way, because Peter is saying, quote unquote, co-creator of Wolverine. I've never heard of Russ Heath claiming that. Is that what you're trying to say, Peter? That he is that Russ has claimed to be the co-creator of Wolverine?
That's news.
Let us know. I want to clear this up.
Yeah, Herb Trimpe was.
But Shaun, you were saying that he. Oh, okay. Sorry, Peter is confirming that Roy Thomas.
Oh, that's what he's saying now. He wasn't saying that.
Exactly.
He wasn't saying that.
Yeah. Very, very recently. Hey, Derek, what is up, man? But you said that he claimed Russ Heath, that is, claimed to be the creator of Iron Fist.
No, Roy Thomas. Yeah, Roy Thomas.
And Roy Thomas. Okay.
So when I was asking him a question in front of the panel, he didn't like that I had asked him about what he thought about creator rights and should they be given to the creators, and that's when he went off on me. But he was basically at that time talking about Iron Fist, and so he's not now, but he was my editor at Alter Ego. So every time I would submit articles to be published, he was pretty good with that. He wouldn't edit them, but he would publish them, and he was very easy to work with at Alter Ego. But he and I think he exaggerates sometimes on his involvement on stuff.
Oh, really?
And it could be just because he can't remember. I mean, he's got a lot of stories, so I can't imagine him keeping them all in order. So I'll give him a benefit of the doubt. But Russ, I interviewed Russ Heath, and I actually have an interview of Russ Heath I never published. So I still have that transcribed someplace. I have a lot of unpublished interviews of these guys that I just never got around to publishing. Just haven't had a time to submit them. Russ was very open. when I did commissions with him, no money down. It was on completion. So he'd call me up like 3 months later, say, have you commission done? Mail me the check and I'll send it to you. So he was very, very easy to work with. I think he got an agent at the end of his life, maybe the last year or two of his life. There was a comic dealer in California, I think, that was ripping him. But you could call him at his house and just shoot the shit with him. He wouldn't do a commission twice. So if you wanted to do a recreation, he might do one in black and white and one in color, but that was it.
Okay.
So he wouldn't do multiples.
Peter's asking you to please publish.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of interviews. Dick Ayers. I think I published Dick Ayers. Yeah.
Tell Shaun, tell Peter, tell everybody how many interviews approximately you've done.
Well, I do both, actors and actresses in addition to comic book people. So I would say about 100 comic book, mostly Golden Age. Yeah, a lot of the Golden Age guys I was interviewing in the early 2000s, nobody cared about because they weren't the main guys. Bob Kane's and all the Joe Kuberts and stuff. They were all still. Some of them were still around, and most people cared about the main characters. So I specialized in the oddball artists that nobody heard of.
Right.
And those are the guys I sent on, and they had the best stories. If they were only in the industry like 5 years, they remembered everything. While if you talk to like an Al Feldstein or Joe Kubert, their stories would blend together because they were there in the industry so long.
Right.
But the guys who were in and out were the best ones.
Marcus says maybe you can interview Russ's lady now.
Yeah, I actually lost contact with her. I want to say 15 years ago.
Wait! You kept in contact with her?
She kept emailing me. Yeah, she kept emailing me.
Wait a second. You said she gave you her number.
Yes.
You didn't say anything about, and so I proceeded to then let her call me, and then I gave her my email.
No, she actually was repping, or not repping, but she was the person who was mailing his art to me. So I had to deal with her. I had to deal with her. She was the girl who would actually package his stuff up and send it to me.
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
I had no choice. So, but yeah, I played it cool. So it was all right.
Wow.
So she I don't know what happened to her, but she posed. In fact, the photo I have of me and Russ together at that 2005 show where I'm with him behind the table posing, she took the photo. So she borrowed my camera and took the photo.
Okay.
But yeah, Russ, you name an artist, and I probably met him if they were alive back in the early 2000s, late 1990s. I never got the chance to meet the Joe Kubert or the Jack Kirby's because they were gone before 90, 91, 92. So
he passed in 94, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never met him.
No. Yeah, but you still got your chance with a bunch of others, so that's cool,
Yeah. And anyway, so I had the original art bug in 97, but I wasn't into it vivid, I wasn't actively looking for published works. I was more interested in having commissions and recreations done. So that's how I started collecting original art. So I would have other artists, Jim Mooney's and I'd have them recreate Golden Age covers. So, Dick Giordano would do a Lawbreaker Suspense 17 or 15 with the acid in the face. He recreated that for me. I tracked down Kelly Frias. I had him redo the Witchcraft 5. These are all Golden Age comics. And I was never interested in Silver. So Silver interested me. So when all the Golden Age guys eventually died, I went over to the Bronze Age because I didn't really collect Silver ever. I have a couple of the key comics, but I never read them.
Yeah.
And so but I was always a Jim Starlin fan. I actually wrote Jim Starlin a fan letter as a 10-year-old kid. And didn't get a response, but I kept and I also mailed him another letter. Two artists I wrote to in the early 1990s with John Byrne and Jim Starlin. John Byrne never returned my letter. Jim Starlin did. He actually sent me some signed comics. So ever since then, I've been a fan of Jim Starlin. So he's been really, and I had commissions done from him in 97, 98. Today, I still have a few done today.
That's cool.
Big fan of Jim Starlin.
Good relationship with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, how long would you say, if you remember, did you get the commissions? Were you doing those commissions before you suddenly bought a piece of published work?
Well, I did get the commission stuff in the late 90s. When I started flipping original art was probably in the early 2000s, when I was getting divorced, 98, 99, okay. 2000. There was a local...
Was that to pay for your divorce?
Yeah, no, it was to recover from it.
From it.
Yeah, my ex-wife actually kept an inventory of all my comics. It was ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
So anyways, when that split up, I needed to get out of debt and all that. So there was a guy who was a retired Navy collector in our area, and he had moved here from Virginia, and I can't remember his name, but he had, I want to say 50 published pieces and a couple of covers and stuff. And he was a baseball fan, and he wanted to take his son to baseball Mariner games and such. And at that time, baseball were coming out with gimmick stuff for baseball cards. They would have like DNA stuff attached to cards, or baseball bat pieces. And
right.
Lots of junk, right? So anyways, he wanted money for that. So I was buying his artwork and flipping it. In the early days of eBay, you had to upload your own images and such. They weren't hosting pictures and stuff. And I found a few collectors either on the AOL message boards, which is basically like CGC message boards today. But back then, AOL had all these subject matter message boards before Facebook and all that. So I still keep in touch with a couple of those people that I met from the AOL message boards. And by the way, I met my wife on AOL, by the way.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Yeah. And so eBay helped me find other collectors. And when I was selling these original art pieces, I was keeping their correspondence, and I still have the correspondence we had when I sold those pieces, because I always thought one day maybe I want to buy them back. So I would try to reach out to them and try to buy some of that back, which is eventually what I tried to do. This guy from the Navy had some great stuff. He had Frank Miller Daredevil pages with Elektra. He had John Byrne X-Men. He had Keith Giffen Legion of Superheroes. He had George Pérez Titans and JLA. Lots of good stuff. And so I made a lot of money. I made so much money that I was able to start my own business with it.
Wow.
I made my own heating and air conditioning contracted business based on the money I made from just selling his artwork.
Wow, that's so cool.
Wow. And I told him I was buying. I was trying to tell him when the guy was selling me the artwork not to blow this money off on his baseball collecting, because I told him it was a dead end hobby, and I was right, because he came back a couple of years later, asked me if I would buy prints that I made prints of his artwork, so he at least have a memory of his stuff. And he asked me if I wanted to buy the prints, but anyways, I don't know what happened to him. But he had a good collection, so that got me on the collecting side of published pieces. But I was more interested in commissions and recreations until about 2010 or 11 is when I started thinking about buying published artwork, and seriously buying published artwork probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that's basically all I'm buying now. Commissions and recreations, I almost stopped entirely last year.
Oh, okay. Any reason behind that? Or?
Well, almost everybody who I wanted is dead, or I already have a piece from.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't do them, or the hands aren't the same as they used to be. So yes, a lot of those people I already had. I have 800 cover recreations, including the Golden Age.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to tell everybody, I don't know if you guys know, but Shaun has, at least a couple of hundred recreations. 800, that's way more than just a couple. Like, what? Are you exaggerating? Is it possible you're exaggerating?
I might have more. Yeah, I might have more. I think it's at least 800. Yeah, it's at
Oh,
least.
oh my
I'm
God.
not joking. Yeah, I was collecting them like they were comics.
Like
So
Peter says, oh my God, that's insanity, man. I mean, yeah, and you listen. It's not like you're not known for that. Everybody who knows the name Shaun Clancy, the cover recreation guy, you know, of course. But even then, like I cannot imagine that had we taken a poll and asked everybody, hey, can you guys guess how many Shaun's got? I can't imagine anybody would have guessed more than, I don't know, 200 or 300, because that's already insanity. But you're saying 800, like we're verging on 1,000, man.
I know, and I stopped. I would get, like, you know, Jose Garcia Lopez when he was slow, like 3-4 years ago. He was negotiating with DC Comics for a contract, and he was looking for work privately. You know, he didn't want to put the notice out. And Joe Rubenstein, Joe Rubenstein agreed to do the inking if Jose was okay with that. So I asked Jose, if you did cover recreations for me, I could have Joe color and ink. What do you think about doing that? And we did 50. So Jose Garcia Lopez and I and Joe Rubenstein did 50, at least 50 cover recreations in I want to say 2 or 3 year period. Jim Starlin the same way. Yeah, and it wasn't advertised. You know, we were doing it privately. The same thing with Ron Wilson. You know, he was a workaholic. I mean, I didn't like his inking style, so I would have him pencil and I'd have Rubenstein ink. So you had to find some inkers to meld with. And I had Bob McLeod, Al Milgrom, and Joe Rubenstein and Romeo Tanghal were my 4 inkers to help fix or enhance recreations or commissions. And I still I don't use Milgrom anymore, but and Bob McLeod I don't use either. So I still use Rubenstein and Tanghal. So Rubenstein still has about 10. Jose Garcia Lopez is to ink and color for me still, and that's the last of them.
Interesting. And you bring up something that, of course, makes me naturally curious. Are you willing to share the reason why you don't use Bob McLeod and Tanghal anymore?
Well, I use Tanghal. So Tanghal, I still use. I don't use Milgrom. Milgrom takes.
Sorry, Milgrom. Yeah.
Milgrom would take over a year. So,
okay.
And I used him for the Jim Starlin because they were a nice fix and a nice team. So I lived with that, but then it stopped. But Bob McLeod's just too expensive.
Oh, and, really?
I used Bob Layton. Bob Layton also inked a few too. I would do some original team ups. So if Keith Pollard did a pencil of a Thor, and Layton had been the original inker back in the day, I was try to team them up again and have them. And I did that probably 3-4 years ago. So the inkers I tried to use were the ones I was familiar with from back in the day.
Right.
So I don't know who Gary Martin is. I know I've seen his stuff, but if Gary Martin was involved in the original art process in the 70s and 80s, then he'd probably be an option. But I try to stay with the same people who were around when the works were published. But that's my cover recreation. So I have 1,700 pieces of art total. Okay. And so 800 of them are recreations from the Golden Age and Bronze Age. And then the commissions are probably, well, let's see, how many published pieces do I have? I probably have, with covers and stuff, I probably have 250 pieces of published pieces, and the rest are all commissions.
Wow.
Yeah. And I had to sell comics in the last 5 to 6 years to start affording all this published stuff, because this published stuff is expensive.
Oh, so for sure. But at least you're fortunate that you still had comics of value up until the last few years. You know.
Yeah.
I haven't had comics since 1993, so you know, I didn't have the benefit of having comics to help me buy art eventually. You know.
So you know who Mike Browning is?
Michael Browning, sure, yeah.
Michael Browning and I were both collecting Golden Age in the 90s together, and we were selling and buying from each other. And when he, early 2000s, late 2000s, he was getting into original art, and he was selling off all his comics. he was trying to convince me to do likewise, but I didn't. I didn't listen to him. I should have, but he's got about 10 years on me on the collecting side.
Okay.
But he was the guy who was trying to convince me to sell my comics.
Well, listen, sometimes you listen to people and it doesn't work out well either. This time it would have, whatever. You never know, right? You never know.
Well, the comics appreciated with the art. So like Bronze Age and Silver Age was, I made a lot more money than I would have years earlier. So It's probably almost a wash, although it feels like the original art is taking off a lot faster than the comics, especially now.
Right.
But about 3-4 years ago during COVID lockdown, they were both appreciating at rapid pace. Sure. And so I was pretty happy with what I was able to pick up. Although I am trying to actively buy other pieces that I remember as a kid, and I know where they are, and it just trying to convince people to sell is the tough part. You try.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you can do is try, right?
Yeah.
Don't be obnoxious about it.
I'm glad you brought that up because there was a Hulk cover.
I knew you were going to get to that.
Yeah, I don't know if you know that, but I actually messaged you through CAF about, I don't know, a year or two ago, maybe 2 years ago.
We talked.
Did we talk? I remember. Oh, through messages.
See, the problem is, Shaun, you're probably sending out so many emails to people whose art you want to buy that you don't remember. You can't keep track of who you spoke to and who you did it. Of course, we talked about it. Yeah, man. I told you that's my holy grail. That's not going anywhere. And by the way, you need to fess up. You need to fess up because I know you own something that I would have wanted to have from the Hulk. No?
No, I don't think so. I think you have to remind me. I don't remember. You don't have
any complete books in your collection?
Of artwork? No, I do not. I seriously do not. I used to.
Are you serious?
I used to. I used to though.
Okay, because ever since you reached out to me about the cover,
right,
I've been naturally suspicious that you were the owner of the complete story to that issue of 272.
Yeah, no, I actually have never owned a piece from that. I had original, as Rick Welch will probably mention to you, I had like the complete book to the first Warlord, the first Jonah Hex.
Oh, I remember that. Yes, I remember that.
All that type of stuff. I had complete books then, but I've never owned a page from a Hulk, from the Hulk. Well, that's not true. I had Todd McFarlane Hulk pages at one time. I don't have any now, but no, it's not me. Wish I could tell you it was.
Okay, no, I believe you. I'd rather know that it's not you. And again, I'd rather know that, okay, I'm not as close as I thought I was now to finding out who has it than to keep thinking that it's the wrong person when they really don't have it, right? So that's cool. That's cool. I thought it was you, but that's fine. I have a John Brown. No, never apologize, my friend. Thank you for dropping in. Anytime. Never apologize. Happy to see you here. And of course, where do we have? Rich Cirillo came into the house. What's up, Rich? Good to see you. Got a question. Here we go from Comic Art Boston. Shaun, you have an amazing collection indeed. You may have already touched on this, but did you also purchase original artwork from childhood issues?
Yes. Well, not as a child, though. I mean, as an adult, I've been collecting the art from issues. In fact, that's the only comics I'm basically looking for now. Comics I remember buying as a kid. And especially the 1977 through 78, 79, that time frame.
Okay.
But so is Comic Book Boston from Boston?
No.
No, okay. I was going to say.
Went to school there.
I see. Because Bashara, I knew Bashara, who was, I met him selling comics, not artwork. But I went to his house in the mid '90s, and he had some nice stuff on his walls. So
yeah. He's always had nice stuff, Bashara. Got another question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
From my friend Mike Davis. Seemingly, you have picked up a lot of the available Perez New Teen Titans pages featuring Starfire primarily. Is this something recently that you've dug deep into, or have you always been into getting those types of pages?
Well, the phases of collecting were, I thought the Bronze Age would be, I had more time. I didn't think they would appreciate as fast as they've been appreciating. So I was centering on the recreations and commissions because I thought I had more time later in life to get the Teen Titans art, for instance. And then I decided during the COVID years that maybe I should start actively buying some of these while I still have a chance. And I wasn't buying the available ones. I was actually approaching people. Almost every piece I had to negotiate away from somebody. I didn't win them at auctions. So every piece that you see on my gallery, I can't think of a Teen Titans page that I bought at auction or that was on a dealer's site. Everything was in collectors' hands, and I had to talk them out of it.
Oh yeah,
and I'm still doing that. I actually got about to. I'm trying very hard to buy the first from Teen Titans #2, page 2. The not Terminator, but
yeah.
What's the guy's name?
Deathstroke.
Thank you. The first Deathstroke.
Well, that's his name. It's Deathstroke the Terminator.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay. So Deathstroke, the first Deathstroke page, someone showed me 3 months ago, and I've been in negotiations ever since. So we're trying to hang that right now.
Wow,
and,
several months ago.
I can't wait to get that piece if it works. But it sounds like it's going to.
Okay, good. Congratulations. That would be awesome. Wow. That's my favorite DC villain, along with Cyborg Superman. So that would be a cool thing to get. So are you talking about the first page he appears on in the issue? Or just a page?
He appears on page 1, but you see him from behind. Page 2, you see the whole figure.
Okay.
And of course in the cover too, but I don't know where the cover is.
Yeah.
But here's my sales pitch. So if you're watching it and you have a new Teen Titans George Pérez page from any issue between 1 and 25, I'd be interested.
There you go, everybody. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's how
okay, so do you want to go back a little bit? And you mentioned earlier when you first began telling us your tale of your childhood tale, how you got into comics and all that. We actually have some things that we can show. You mentioned that you were an artist, like many of us wanted to be artists, and we have some samples that we can show people because you doing the right thing kept, or I don't know if it was with you or was it that your mom maybe had possession and kept it all these years, all those original kid drawings that you did back in the day. Who was responsible for hanging on to them all these years?
Well, it was me, but during my first divorce, my only divorce, back in '98, when we separated, my ex-wife threw away at least half of them. So the half I still have, I kept with me because I'm basically a time capsule. I'll take stuff and I'll throw them in a box and put them in a corner and never look at them again until 20 years later. And that was how I found the drawings that I had probably about 10, 15 years ago. 10 years ago, probably. I said, oh, shit, I still have these. And that's how I went crazy and started trying to find the pages that matched the drawings I still had, or at least the references, because they're not exact copies. I didn't know how to trace back then.
Right.
I remember one time taking a comic. I forgot about this until just now. I remember taking one comic, putting it on my black and white 12-inch TV screen, and had the TV on, and trying to trace a character. It wouldn't work because I was trying to use
You are a nut. You are a nut.
Yeah,
I would never have thought of that.
You had to have it on UHF so that the background didn't change. But you had to try to trace it. And I tried, and I don't have that one. But everything else is a copy. It's like you ever see the Mickey Mouse ads, draw me and join this art school. It was kind of like that. I would take a drawing and I'd just trace it, or not trace it, but copy it as much as I could with pencil. I
just wanted to mention that the reason I'm keeping Rick's comment up so long is because I wanted to make sure that you thought. As soon as you started talking to answer my question, he had already popped this in. So He apparently knows a lot about what happened. So,
Well, I went on a road trip 2 years ago, and I actually went to Rick's house. So Rick and I.
Is this the story you told us that you would tell us?
I was just going to say, I've known Rick. Probably Rick will tell you, 25 years. Rick.
Oh, cool.
He was a big Mike Grell fan, and I was an independent rep back in the early 2000s. So I repped all these local artists, so people would send me requests on what they wanted, and I would get them commissions. And the reason why I didn't stay with it was because they were not Rick. Rick was excellent to work with, by the way, but some people would complain that wasn't the way they imagined it would turn out, and I couldn't deal with that, so I stopped doing it. In 2004, 2005, I stopped doing it. Okay. But yeah, Rick and I stayed in touch ever since. He's been a true fan.
Yeah, man. 24 years. He says 2000. So,
Rick, did we meet on AOL? Do you remember?
Yeah, let him know, because let us know, Rick, because Shaun seems to have a penchant for hanging out on AOL to meet people. So, hey, look at Rich. Even Rich says, "Thankfully, I weathered 2 divorces without any of my drawings being thrown out." Sorry to hear that, Shaun. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Rich, is what I'll say. Yeah. Marcus says, AOL is popping. A lot of us still are shocked that AOL still exists. We're like, what? People still have AOL emails? Wow, that still exists. And I'm like, yeah. A lot of people like on my mailing lists are AOL people. So there you have it, Rick says that he bought from you through eBay first. That's how it started.
Yeah, I've been on eBay since 99, 25 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Me too. Same thing. Same year as me. Yeah, brother. The 99 brother. That's awesome. Wow. Yeah. It's crazy now that you say that. I'm like 20. Yeah, I've always known that it was 99, but it just never dawned on me. I've been on eBay for like 25 years. And actually, I've been on for 2 extra years, but with another account, somebody else's account. I was trying to help out selling comics and stuff. So I've actually been on for like 27, but with my account, 25. Yeah, it's crazy. Mind you, I haven't used eBay other than to buy a couple of times in probably like 15 years. I don't like it anymore. I just stopped. I couldn't take it anymore. It just got worse and worse. I was like, yeah, whatever. Look at that. We're coming our bosses. Rick, I always thought you were a young man. Are any of us in this hobby young anymore, Cab? Come on, man. I mean, the average age is like 50-something, apparently, these days, That's so funny.
I turn 57 next Saturday. So
do you? Next Saturday?
Yeah, next Saturday.
Oh, man. Advance happy birthday, my friend. Wow. That's awesome. 57. Wow. You see, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're all aging, so let's not go there, Okay, so yeah, so as I was saying, we have a few really cool pieces to show. Why don't we show those? You're good with that, Shaun?
Of course.
And some of these are some of the pieces that I'm an old man, as you know. Oh, whatever. You look good. Don't worry. Oh, look at that, Rich. Welcome to the 57 Club. Heart 57 is the new 18.
Hey, I'm not there yet. I got another week.
Young at heart, aren't we all? Rick, I love you anyway. You guys are crazy. Okay, so we're going to take a look at a few really cool pieces. And just make a few quick comments of these so we can get into the regular show and tell portion of the show. Check this out, everybody. One of the pieces that Shaun drew as a kid. Check it out.
Oh, yes. So I dated that Avengers annual as 1980, but I actually made it in 78. And I was, because it says issue 300 at the time, and it was probably around issue 200 on a newsstand. So I was trying to guess in 1980 what the issue number would be. So yeah, you see from the left to the right, the drawings I completely made up the left side, and the right side were images I grabbed from several different variations of comics from Captain Marvel, obviously.
Right.
There's how many? There's 6 panels. 6 panels. Out of those 6 panels, they probably encompass 3 different comics: Avengers Annual 7, Captain Marvel 50, I think, or 52, and Pat Broderick was one of those. I think these are all Jim Starlin and Al Milgrom ripoffs. But yeah, I tried to, and then I tried to track down those images in the actual comic books and bought those original art pages. You can show those if you want.
Sorry, which ones?
I don't know. I don't know what you grabbed. You didn't tell me. So
Okay.
if you grab my Avengers Annual number 7 from my website, from the CAF gallery, the second panel is from that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The first 2 panels on the right hand are both from Avengers Annual 7 page.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I didn't grab the
Okay.
because you had 6 different panels. You told me, they were all multiple copied from different artists, different issues. I was like, I don't have the time to go looking through the entire Captain Marvel saga to find these original panels,
Right.
I thought it was cool, and by the way, but given how cool the cover is, I think you should have stuck with just continuing to draw from memory, just from your freehand without looking, or is that cover on the left also kind of like you attempting to copy other drawings?
No, it's based like that Warlock image in the background is based on the Avengers Annual number 7 cover, but that's it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a copy. I have a lot of the left-hand style drawings. Yes. By the way, notice that Vindicator's on there.
Vindicator?
Yeah, you look at the headshots in the left-hand side. Is that the?
Oh, the headshots. Yeah.
The Alpha Flight. I never put him in the comic, but he was on the floating head.
Awesome. Yeah.
But
when I was looking at it after you sent it to me, I was looking at it and I was like, "Why the hell is Vindicator?" but at the same time, like Peter mentions here, the Thanos invades Ukraine. I was reading the dialogue and I was like, "What the hell is he talking about?" Like, I, Thanos, will defeat the world with Russia and the super. I was just like, wow, this guy's nutty, man. He must have been really young when he did this one.
Oh, yeah. I was 9, 10?
Yeah.
10?
Oh, that's
10,
funny.
10 or 11. No, actually, it was 11. So, the Super Assassins were from Avengers 164 to 166. I was copying the John Byrne, Jim Shooter, and Count Nefaro. So I was using those characters as villains. But anyways, I only got to about page 10 and I stopped. Okay. I never completed the book.
That's still a lot, though. 10.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're trying to do storytelling, right? Not pinup. So that's a lot more time consuming. It's difficult,
Yeah, and trying to find the image to go with the story too. But yeah, it was. I didn't just do that. I did an X-Men one also, and which was still.
We got I think 3 more. So let's take a look at those.
Sure.
Take a look at this one, everybody. This is kind of a favorite of mine. Here we go. Check it out. I love it.
I mean, everybody remembers this one, right? So 81, I was probably 13 or 14 at the time when I drew that one, and which means I was in 8th grade, 7th or 8th grade. But I was, that was issue 16 of the new Teen Titans, and I always remembered that drawing, and so I tracked down that page and I bought it from another collector. I threw a lot of money at him. Yeah. Which doesn't sound like a lot now, but at the time it was. But I was very surprised he sold it to me. That was the first big purchase I ever made. Was that splash from another collector? Okay. Very happy. That's not ever going to go anywhere.
Is this one of the pages that came from Michael Lovitz by any chance?
No, actually, it was different. I actually haven't dealt with Michael Lovitz until about a year ago. And so
wow!
He and I didn't know he was open to selling, so I never approached him because he had so much art. And I knew he didn't really need money, and so I didn't even try. And then one day I just threw it out there, and he jumped at it. I was surprised.
It's funny that you say that you didn't know that he sold art, because while he has had a lot of art over the years, been a real collector. I mean, I've known him since the 90s on eBay, battling it out on eBay. And he's always been a seller, actually, He'll always sell, sort of fund other things or whatever, Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he told me when I bought the a cover from him and a couple of pages. And I was surprised he worked with me on both. So yeah, he threw the prices out. I didn't have to make an offer.
Oh, that's cool.
So there's a couple of pages I still want from him, but he won't sell. So
okay,
he's got his priority. Oh, I remember the first deal we did. Oh, he brought me through the ringer. Okay, so he said, "I'll sell you this one page from I can't remember which Titans page it was, but you have to find me a Fantastic Four page by Perez, and this is the person who has it." And so he gives me the guy's name, and so I had to do his wheeling and dealing for him. So I had to go buy the Fantastic Four page and then send it off to Michael Lovitz, and then he sold me the page, and that's how that worked. In fact, it was an even swap.
Okay,
so that's how we first dealt.
Okay, that's fun. It's a good memory, you know.
Yeah.
The mighty Ben Grimm on eBay. Exactly. Okay.
What's your handle on eBay?
God, what? It's probably my website, Comic Book Art Gallery.
Okay, mine's Baker Fan. Baker Fan is from Matt Baker.
Baker Fan, and you've always. I remember Baker Fan like going way back. I remember you going. I didn't attach it to you because we had never done any kind of an eBay deal, to my knowledge. But I always knew of Shaun Clancy, and I always knew of Baker Fan on eBay. You know what I mean? Without, of course, knowing that you're the one and the same person, you know? But that's how it was back in those days. You know, a lot of people, like, we didn't have the internet, like, we have the internet, but in terms of like things like YouTube, like video, where we could see each other. And so unless you did a lot of traveling to the shows and you happen to run into people and then, oh, look at that. Oh, Shaun, he's at a show. You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't do that kind of stuff, you never, it's hard to put the fake online names with the real names, you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
So
it's been that way ever since. In fact, when I was creating Baker Fan, I actually misspelled it. It said Bake Fan. And so I had to go back to eBay and create a second one. So Baker Fan was immediately after that. But yeah, Bake Fan was the first time.
That's good. Carl says, I remember when Corey was referred to as Balloon Bod. I gotta say, I don't remember that. Wouldn't be allowed now. No, it wouldn't, but I don't remember that. Who referred to her? Not in the comics? I don't think anybody referred to her. Does anybody remember that? Do you remember that, Shaun?
No. I only collected the Titans from about issue 1 to about 30 something. And I never bought another issue since. So I stayed with the time frame I grew up on. I have no idea how it turned out for any of those people.
Right.
You know, any of the characters. I don't even know what they're up to now.
Right. Great seeing you. Okay, everybody's saying goodbye to Cab. See you later, Cab, and hopefully we'll see you a little bit later if you can make it back before we end. A lot of the collector names on eBay were similar to their old Comic Art L name. Yeah, that's in some cases, yeah, but not everybody, you know. Let me see. Mike at NSN Art says, Bake Fan sells edibles. Carl says, I think Tara called her that. Oh, you might, now that you say that, right, it might have been one of those, yeah, Tara, because Tara was 13 years old or something like that, and it was like an insult because, she was really rude and obnoxious. So I kind of vaguely am remembering that, yeah, so you're probably right about that, Carl. Better memory than I do, that's for sure. Ruben was these nuts on eBay. Funny. I was never these nuts anywhere in life, okay? eBay used to have great original artwork. That was a long time ago indeed. Yes, absolutely. Dang, Marcus. The auction houses now vacuum up all the great original art. That's true. But not really. Well, yes, but no. They vacuum it up from the owners, but only so that they can bring it to us. So really, I look at it as the auction houses have done us a great service. Because if you look at any auction, any given auction, Heritage by themselves, every time they have an auction, it's 6 times a year? I mean, it's full of 800 to 900 pieces, most of which we've never seen before. I mean, that's pretty amazing. You know, I think they, you know, for whatever bad things, you know, there's pros and cons to everything. So for whatever bad you can say about Heritage, I don't know. I think as a whole, they've brought out a lot of the art for us, even though we have to pay through the teeth to get it, obviously. But I think it's a good thing. I think it's better that it's out there, you know. Well, I don't want to get into this topic because we will segue and go off on tangents on this show, but I don't want to do that. But I've said this a million times and I'll say it again, Cab. You're not paying 25% extra. You're paying taxes, but that's your country. That's nothing to do with Heritage, right? That's your country that applies the taxes. You're not paying 25%. The seller, the consignor, is losing that money, not you. Okay? Because again, if you're bidding on something that you think is worth at most $10,000, you're not entering $10,000 into the box and then hoping that they don't bid you right up to your limit so that then you pay $12,500. That's not what you're doing. Don't tell me you do that. You're retroactively dividing, right? You're doing the math in your head and you're figuring out, okay, so what is it going to be? Okay, so I'm going to pay around 10,000 max. Okay, maybe a little bit, a few dollars extra. I'll bid 8,100 and whatever. That's what you're doing. That's what most of us, like all of us, do really. So that plus 25% comes to the price you want to pay. Ergo, we're not really paying that. You're not paying that. It just looks that way, Put it simply, if the same piece were on eBay, it would go for a lot less. Here's the thing. That's not necessarily true. On good stuff, on good high-end quality art, that stuff still goes for a lot of money on eBay. And also, I will say that even if that were true, even if I agree and say, okay, it might go for less on eBay. That's only because of all the eyeballs that Heritage brings. That's why if it goes for more there, it's because of all those extra eyeballs they bring. So more demand equals more competition equals higher cost, most likely. But we're not paying 25%. Anyways, that's internal calculation, not what happens in real context, okay? That stuff won't even be on eBay. Let's zero back to Shaun, exactly. I'm getting out of here, not the LeSean show. Right on, Rick. Get out of here, Cab. Look what you did. You're delaying me. Okay. I got a couple of more pieces to show before we get into the actual show. Here, let's check this one out, everyone.
Oh, yeah. I'm still looking for that page, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's I think new Teen Titans 19, right?
Yeah.
I can't find the owner of that page, but yeah, I copied the cyborg character against the tree, and the other two characters came from a X-Men page by Byrne and Austin. So as you can see from the comment, my English teacher thought I was tracing, but I wasn't tracing.
I love it. I love it. I love how the teacher says in big red ink, I'm not sure that this was drawn freehand, but if it was, you are one heck of an artist. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I love that.
Yeah. By the way, on the upper left-hand corner, you see that C there? I drew it. I copied that from Mike Golden. Mike Golden used to do these fat G's on his covers, on the Micronauts covers. And so C and G look similar. Yeah, so I would copy that.
The old G signature that he used to do.
Yeah, big fat G. So I did a big fat C.
Big fat C. That is so funny. And by the way, do you remember what comic you copied the other two people from?
The Avengers was, I remember the storyline. I think it's like 124 and 125, where Banshee's on the left. Banshee and Lorna, not Lorna, but I can't remember Xavier's ex-girlfriend. I can't remember. But this was that storyline where I can see it in my head right now. But I think it's around 124, 125, because that seems to be around the same time period. Issues.
Okay. Teacher shaming poor Shaun. That's just a classic thing. It's such a great thing that you have, a school. Not only is it a childhood drawing, but the fact that it was a school assignment and you're copying, but like the teacher the teacher suspects it's obvious, but doesn't want to come out and accuse you. I love that, I love that. That's such a cool childhood memento to keep and have hung on to, Yeah, that's really, really cool. Derek, what do you mean by Moria?
Correct. Her son was some freakish mutant or something like that, and he was he was taking over the island that she was on.
Oh, Moira.
Yeah.
Moira. Yeah, Moira. From wasn't she? That was the Scottish. She was the Scottish one, right?
Yes, correct. Right. And
right,
I can't remember the issue number only because I haven't read it in 30 years. But that's the storyline I copied that from.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Peter says that the character on the left also looks like Corto Maltese. The African American version. Yeah. That's awesome. Private deals can lowball and they flip on heritage. That's true too. In the drawing, yeah, we know what you meant. Decent, okay, talking to each other now. And Shaun, lovely artwork. That's cool.
Yeah.
Austin.
Yeah, I'll throw it up on eBay.
Nice.
Joke.
Let's all bid. Yeah. Cool. And one more, everybody, and we will get into the regular portion of the show and tell featuring Shaun's awesome collection. And it's this last one. Check it out.
Yes. I used to do Dungeons and Dragons with my kids from high school before I had a girlfriend. And that character there was, I brought her into the Dungeons and Dragons world. And so I had to do a couple of drawings to show, because I was the dungeon master at the time. So I would use some visual aids to show the players what we were using. Yeah, McTaggart, right. For the X-Men.
Yeah, Moira McTaggart, right.
Right. And so that Warlord number 7 is the first issue of Warlord I ever bought off the newsstands. Same with several other Mike Grell fans, it sounds like, because I have competition on trying to track down art from that issue. But I was able to talk Tom Fleming into the guy who used to own the cover of Warlord 7, and I talked him into selling it to me. And it was because I paid so much was because I had fond memories of Mariah.
So actually, so Moira was the X-Men woman, but this woman, wasn't she Mariah?
Yes, correct. Mariah is
and Mariah, I think.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. I remember I read these and I loved them. I thought it was a really fun series and really enjoyed the artwork and the story. It's been a while since I read them, so I've forgotten. I tend to forget. What was the other guy's name? The guy with the that hand, instead of his hand, he had a ball with spikes on it.
Oh, I should know this.
Although on this cover, I forget why, but on this cover, he seems to have both of his hands.
Yeah, he gets it cut off in this issue. Rick, what's his name? I can't remember his name. It said it's in my tongue.
What's that?
Rick Welch will remember because he's a big Warlord fan, but I forget his name.
Okay. Machiste. How, I don't know. Is that it?
Machiste, yeah. Machiste. Yeah, Machiste.
Yeah. I always said Machiste or Machiste. Yeah. I don't know if it was French, but yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Rick.
There you go. See, they come to me. After a while, they come to me eventually, Okay, so let's see. Sorry, everyone. Let me get to the last few comments. Marcus wanted to ask, or is asking, why draw only the lady?
Because she was a character I was bringing into the Dungeons and Dragons world, so that's why I drew that figure.
There you go.
So I was 14 or 15? I was 14. So I was a dungeon master, and I was introducing her into the Dungeons and Dragons game system. So I only drew her because I wasn't introducing the other characters.
Okay, yeah. How does her outfit stay on? Well, she glues it on, maybe. I don't know. Tape, double-sided tape, probably. Look at that. Tom says, the art had me reading Warlock back then, and I even have all the Remco figures still. Wow, that's cool. I never saw them. Where I live in Canada, I don't think those figures ever made it here. I've never, ever seen them. I've never actually seen Warlord figures, period. Like, even when I've traveled to conventions in the United States, I never seen those figures anywhere. Not that I look for them, but you would think you'd see them. And another one I've never seen ever. I've never seen the ROM toy. So from Marvel or whatever, Hasbro.
Yeah, me either.
Also kind of interesting. How is that not cutting his own hand while holding the sword blade? I mean,
Yeah,
no.
I think his hand is bleeding, but I think it's I think he's holding the flat end. But I think the drawing shows blood on his hand.
No, but isn't it like a brown? Isn't it like he's holding the wooden handle of the axe or whatever you want to call that sword thing?
Right. Well, he's talking about Morgan holding the sword.
Oh,
he's talking the hit of the axe against the sword. Why is Morgan's left hand not bleeding?
oh, and look at that! Look, the Rickster comes through in a pinch. He reminds us that he had to. Travis Morgan had to cut off his hand to release the possessed axe. All right, thank you. Ian, what's up, Daddy? You don't really need to see the ROM toy. The comic was much better than the source material. I appreciate it. It stays on by magnets. Maybe there you go. There's the trick. There's the outfit. The magnet outfit for Mariah. Very cool. Okay, excellent. So there we go. Thank you for sharing those very cool mementos, by the way, Shaun. That was really neat. We've never done that before on my channel, so it's pretty neat and fun. It's fun to see that kind of stuff, So
had you not done that yourself when you were a kid?
I yes, and I kept them. I never threw them out. But for many, many years now, I cannot find where they are. I do know that they're all, because they were done on like loose, what we call loose leaf paper, the lined paper, right? And they're in a binder. It's a green binder. I remember it exactly. And I remember that I have like one of the early, late 80s or early 90s Marvel card sets in plastic sleeves in that same binder with all my drawings. I was copying from Marvel Universe, though. All the pinups in Marvel Universe, that's pretty much all I copied, So I know it's all in there, but it's been so many years, I don't know where it is. I can't find it. I'm looking through boxes, and it's like it's nowhere. That it wouldn't have gone in the garbage. I can't figure out where it would be, but I would never throw that stuff out. I would love to find it because I would show it here just for a few laughs,
Yeah.
It's fun, right? But whatever. If I ever do find them, oh my God, I'll do a special Sunday episode about them, So that's cool that you kept all the drawings, Shaun. I'm pretty sure my parents tossed my childhood art. Yeah, this happens to most kids. Eventually, Shaun's ex got them and destroyed them. Yeah. Oh, well. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us to do that. So that has taken us a little bit longer than we usually get into the regular portion of the show, but it's cool. We're going to be able to make good time either way. So, Shaun, are you ready to get into the collection and talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
All right. Excellent. All right, everyone. One last comment from CJ. What's he saying? My friends and I started our own company. I drew Captain Victory, The Fly, and the Revengers. You mean the Revengers, like from Neil Adams' continuity comics? And Kirby's Captain Victory, I'm guessing you're talking about? Did you rip off the names and just make your own characters? I mean, that's what kids often did, right? As kids, we weren't that inventive. So, but okay. Yeah, let's do this, everyone. Let me cue up the first piece here in tonight's show and tell. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, we got one little extra thing we can do. Shaun, you mentioned to me privately that you still have a couple of the comic books, the original copies that you had as a child of the few comics that you had back in childhood. You'll still have those original copies, the two Avengers comics.
Yeah, correct. Right? I forgot. Yeah.
So I've got something to show everybody. So another couple of cool little mementos. So yeah, let me show this, and then yeah, and you just tell everybody what it is. There we go. So check this out, everyone. So this is Shaun's childhood copy of Avengers 164, signed by Jim Shooter, John Byrne, and Pablo Marcos.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I had a rough childhood. We moved a lot. And so only 2 comics survived. It's hard to believe I still have the drawings that you saw, but I have those. And only 2 comics survived the multiple trips around. And that was because I had them with me because I reread them and read them and read them. And that was Avengers 164 and 165. And I never had 166 until I was like 29 years old. So I never got the 3rd issue for the 3-part series. But anyways, the original copies I still had. I sent. Do you want me to go into that part?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So the 164 and 165, I decided, you know what? Since I have all these contacts with the original artists, why don't I just mail these comics and ask them to sign them through the mail, and I'll pay for the postage and all that stuff. And so I contacted everybody. Jim Shooter was the first one that said was ecstatic to sign them, and I was kind of embarrassed because they're good copies. I mean, they're stained. You can't see the cover from here, but they're in rough shape. Because I read them 10, 20 times as a kid.
Yeah.
And so I was a little embarrassed about that because they had some stains on them and all that. But Jim Shooter was ecstatic to sign comics that were in good. He thought that meant that they got the use out of them. And so he sent back the 2 comics along with a bunch of other stuff signed that I never asked for. And then Pablo Marcos and I were doing cover recreations, and I asked him if I could mail it to him next. And he said, sure, but he's in Colombia, the country. And so I mailed him over a year ago. And it took 4 months for the 2 comics to get, and that was with using the United States Post Office Express Mail.
Wow.
And it took 4 months. They couldn't find them. The Colombia Post Office was holding them hostage. You had to pay them to get them. So for some of these foreign countries, especially down south, you can't trust some of the mail service. You never know what's going to happen. So he did find them finally, and mailed them back. Or actually, he mailed them to John Byrne. I gave him the address to John Byrne. I told John Byrne they were coming, and John Byrne also signed them and then mailed them back. And they've both been signed now for about, I think I got them back January, or no, it was right before Christmas. So it was in December of last year. I got them both signed, both issues signed by all 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's very, very cool. And I wish, Marcus, I wish. He says that guy in the cover, the shirtless guy, is based on me. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Now, here we go. I got something else to show you guys real quick. Speak of the Devil. Check it out.
Yeah, John Byrne on the left and Pablo Marcos on the right to show me that they got the comics and not to panic.
Yeah, that's very, very cool. That's really neat. Yeah. And I mean, like without you asking, I mean, what a coincidence that they would both decide to take a picture.
Pablo sent it to me because he knew I'd be shocked that he got the comics after 4 months.
Okay.
In fact, you'll see that I think under his thumb he's holding the money I included in there for return postage. So even the money was still in the envelope.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was $50 if I remember right. But neither one charged me to do it. John Byrne especially was very happy to do it. And it was because of the condition of the comics, I think. If I sent near man copies, they'd probably be suspicious. But I sent in, good pluses, and they were happy to sign them.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah. And Peter says, cool. Yeah, great picks as well, for sure. Yeah. Rick says also cool provenance. Absolutely. And CJ says, that is a cool thing, Shaun. And Tom says, love Byrne so much.
Yeah, look at the drafting table. That table that John Byrne has, that's what we had to use in vocational high school. Same exact table.
Oh.
So same material. So going from drafting to commercial art wouldn't have been a big difference because we used all the same type of tools, triangles, lettering guides, Ames lettering guides. all the same tools that a comic book artist uses, what we use to also.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if it was just the photo, but like I've seen many drafting tables. This one, I guess maybe it's just because of the way that it's cropped off on the right hand side. It gave me the impression that it was like way longer, way wider than they normally are, but it's probably just a photo, I guess, the way it gets cropped off. It makes it feel like it keeps going or something. I don't know.
No,
But,
I think it's standard size.
Pretty standard, yeah. I would think so. Very cool, yeah, man. I'm very happy that you gave me those things and that I could show them and share them with everybody. It's more little bits of fun, that tie back to your childhood and collecting and stuff, and that's always fun. We always talk about, those of us who chat amongst each other and you reminisce and stuff, and we talk about nostalgia for artwork all the time. But I mean, really, what is the nostalgia that the artwork brings, right? It's the nostalgia for our childhoods, right? And all the things, all the great memories that we remember from back then. So the fact that you have mementos like those early childhood drawings and the two surviving Avengers comic books, and that you end up getting them signed, having them, they come with a great story of having them shipped, taking 4 months because they have to go to Colombia. That's pretty cool, man. That's really, really cool. So very happy to show that stuff. Rich says Byrne has an actual jet fighter pilot seat as his drawing seat. Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't know that. That's news to me.
Okay. And what's up, Dwayne Zapane? You met Tom Grummett in Oklahoma City this weekend at a con he did a Black Canary sketch for me. Cool, man. Awesome. Glad to hear it. And he's a nice guy. I hope you had a little chat with him. Him and his wife, Nancy. I hope you had a chat. Very cool. I look forward to seeing it when you post it. Okay. So, all right. Now, Shaun, everybody else, are you ready? Let's get into the collection, shall we? I think we're good to go. Okay. So now let me cue up that one. And this there's going to be a little bit of a theme throughout the rest of this episode. But it's an awesome theme, so I've got no problems with it. Let's check out this. First piece for tonight is...
Oh, yeah.
The new Teen Titans number 16 that we mentioned earlier by George Pérez and Romeo Tanghal from 1981. Killer.
Yes. That splash you saw of my childhood drawing is a page inside that issue. So this was the first attempt. Do you want me to go into the background of how I acquired it?
Of course, yeah. Anything that comes to mind about every piece we're going to show, you just tell us. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this, I went through the Heritage Auction past sales, and you can make offer on whoever owns it from the past auction winners, and this was my first and only attempt, I think. First and only successful attempt, I should say, at trying to buy a piece through Heritage. So keep this part in mind, guys. If you are trying to make an offer on Heritage past sales, your offer goes on the Heritage activity posts that they list every day. So I made an offer to the owner that everybody saw. So someone else jumped in and we had a bidding war. Me and one, I don't know who the other person was, but this other person and myself were bidding the offer. The guy hadn't accepted our offers. He was waiting to see who would come in at the highest. And so I won, but the other guy knocked me up about $6,000. So yeah, so I can't remember what it's called, but there's like an activity page on Heritage where you can see people making offers on things on their site, and you can jump in and make an offer also if you want. And that's what happened here.
Oh, and, wow.
The stuff I bought a couple of comics in the past from Heritage. I don't know if I bought very many pieces of art from Heritage, but I sometimes get offers on comics I had bought in the past, and I didn't tell Heritage to allow them to make offers. I guess that's the default setting. You have to go in.
It's the default, exactly. Yeah. You got to go in and figure it out and turn it off, kind of thing, if you don't want it,
Right. And I have an LB Cole Catman cover recreation. It's a Golden Age cover recreation. And this one guy just would not leave me alone. So I actually physically went into Heritage and shut the offer off. So the guy would leave me alone because I wasn't going to sell it. But anyways, this was my attempt at trying to do that. It was successful. It was a guy who was in England. And so he mailed it. Is that right? So he mailed it to Heritage. Heritage mailed it to me. I posted it on CAF, and the owner who sold it to me through Heritage contacted me once I posted it on CAF. So this is why you see my activity level on CAF higher than used to be in the past. I used to have very little on my CAF because I didn't want to deal with people making me offers. But now people see my interest, and now people are coming to me and offering me pieces. And this connected me with the guy in England, and we tried to make another piece, another deal on another piece. It was unsuccessful, but it was only because I wasn't that interested in the piece that he had left. But we're friends, and if he comes across another piece, I'll buy it from him, and he knows what I collect now.
Oh, that's cool. And so let me understand, to make sure I understand correctly. Are you saying after you won this through their make an offer program on Heritage, you're saying then they helped put you in contact with the guy? The guy?
No, he mailed it to them. They mailed it to me. I posted it on CAF. He's also on CAF. Right. And so when he started coming up on CAF, he was like, "Oh, he's the guy who bought it," and that's how we met. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's
another story is I actually when I went on my road trip and I went and saw Rick Welch in Utah, I was on my way to Texas, which is where Heritage is, and I went to Heritage and picked that piece up in person from Heritage. And then I went to Florida. I did a road trip, 3-week road trip. I went to Massachusetts and such. On my way back, I saw Romeo Tanghal, and he signed it in person. I showed it to him because I had it with me. And so the Romeo Tanghal autograph was when I visited him at his house that trip.
Oh, that's pretty neat. See, another cool story, Oh, I love that. Anytime you got little stories, anecdotes to add to what we're, art we're talking about, throw them out, man. I love that. That's what this show is all about. It's not just about showing art.
One more thing. Yeah. So when I'm at Romeo Tanghal's house and I have him sign that piece, I buy one of his new Teen Titans annual #1 pages that he had. As I leave his house, George Pérez died.
Oh.
I got the notification on my phone as I'm leaving his house after visiting him that Perez had just passed away. I was like, what the hell? Jeez. So, I'll never forget that.
That's bad. Yeah, Rich says, I've had a lot of people over the years contact me through CAF to offer me pieces on my want list. It's a great networking opportunity. Yeah, it is. I haven't had many people offer me stuff, but yeah, if it works for you, so much the better, right? It's pretty awesome.
You sometimes have to list it on your post. So if you post a piece of artwork in the description, you write down, here's my new Teen Titans annual Teen Titans 16 cover, looking for pages from that issue. That's how I don't have the want list visible on my CAF gallery. I don't think I do.
Right. Marcus, you offered me the art and didn't have a price to it, and you wanted me to come up with the price. And it just happens to be the kind of art that there's not a lot of sales out there, so we have no comps. All right. And you as the seller, it's still the onus is still on you as the seller to come up with the price. What do you want me to tell you, man? So if you don't have a price that I can pay for it, are you really offering it to me? I don't know if you can consider it being offered if there's no price on it, Come up with a price, Marcus. We'll talk. But okay, let us move on, everybody, to the next piece. And for that, we go to Marvel. Swing over to the big M. Here we go. Let's check this out. From Dazzler, #10, page 31, by Frank Springer and Vince Colletta from 1981. I really, in case you were wondering why I picked this one out of everything you have, I really just love the movement in it. The figures have a lot of movement in them, and I just love that. It reminded me of how John Buscema always had a lot of movement in his figure work, and I see that here too. And it's not something I'm used to seeing typically in Springer's work,
Same here. Actually, I picked this up like 2 months ago, I think. So it's
Oh
very
wow!
recent. Yeah, and it was from a dealer. I
Oh
think
cool.
it was. I think it was one of those live auctions that Cav that they do every Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it was Anthony. His collectibles. He had it on his live posts that he has on Wednesdays with Bill Cox.
Oh yeah.
I think this was one of those. I'm almost positive. So that's how I got that page. And like you, once I saw it, I was like, whoa, I remember that storyline. And I had wanted the cover. I had a friend who had the cover to that issue, and he had sold it to somebody else. And I wish he had told me he had it before he sold it. And so it was too late. So this page was the second best for me to get from that issue.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, great images of Alison Blair and Terrax. I mean, yeah, what's not to love about it? Yeah, I really like that. Congratulations, says Peter. And, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. Okay. Enjoy them.
Song.
Vince's ink on a woman's face is my weakness. Really? That's interesting. You don't hear people give Vince too many compliments often, as you know, Carl. So that's nice that you like that. That's cool. Boots match the bag. They do indeed. Hey, she was a fashionista, man. It is a great piece, Hart. Absolutely, for sure. And FYI, Marcus, I don't know what those two squares for. I don't know if it's one of those things where it's a glitch. Sometimes you guys put in those icons, the emojis, and then on my end, I don't see what you're showing. But to me, what you posted, it shows up as two squares. So I don't know what that is. All right. So yeah, cool page. Oh, and CJ tells us Vince could draw romance well. That's very true. Thor inks, man. Really? See, I don't want to get into the argument, but I love his Thor work. Absolutely. And look, a lot of people, not just me, a lot of people love his Thor work. So that's all I'm going to say on hit 2B squares. Okay, man. All right, I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna go from there to the third piece. So I thought it'd be fun to hit you guys with DC, Marvel, and then Independent. And it's superhero, so it's mainstream from that sense, but not mainstream because it's not, a big superhero. But for anybody who read it at any point during its run in the 80s, it was a lot of fun. All I can say is it was pretty crazy, and this is a crazy piece, crazy special piece if you like this character. So great acquisition here. Check it out.
Oh, yeah, the Badger. Actually, that's the promo piece that was drawn before the issue #1 came out. So this was the advertisement to get the issue launched.
Okay,
so,
but in fairness, I can tell you that when you have the issue and you open, so you have the cover, you turn the cover, and this ends up being the first page.
Yeah, Jeff Butler. I interviewed Jeff Butler. So Jeff Butler, I reached out to, I want to say 3-4 years ago, because I was doing a article on Marvel superheroes role-playing game. If you remember the Dungeons and Dragons game, Marvel had their own edition come out in the 80s. And so Jeff Butler was the artist on the Marvel role-playing game RPG box set. And so I was interviewing him in reference to that. And I remembered his Badger series. And I asked him, do you still have any artwork from the Badger series? And he says, yeah, but it's not for sale. He had 2 covers in that. And so I bought them all. Wow. And he told me that it's also a promo piece somewhere. I think I have. Or this is probably, I don't know. I think I have one more piece that he says he was doing concept drawings for. But anyways, he had told me he had done this for the advertisement, and then they published it in issue 1.
Okay, look at that. Peter is even doing those imitations of those 80s kung fu movies. Hi-ya! Just for you. Sorry to interrupt, Shaun. Go ahead.
That's okay. He's in Wisconsin, Jeff Butler, and a lot of the Dungeons and Dragons people were in Wisconsin. So I had planned on meeting him on that road trip a couple of years ago, but it didn't work out. He's a teacher, an art teacher at a college up in Wisconsin, so he's been pretty busy with that stuff. He has done a couple of commissions for me, but not as many as I'd like to do. But yeah, the Badger was something I was very interested in as a kid. I think it came out right when I was stopped buying comics. And I don't remember how I got a copy of it because it wouldn't have been on a newsstand, right? It was a specialty shop issue.
Specialty shop, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember how I got it.
Maybe it's one, because I know this has happened to me. I don't like to think it happens, but it has happened. Maybe, over time, memories sort of change, and you start to believe it's like they sort of morph into something else, and it's not exactly how it happened, but you start believing that's how it happened. Maybe you got that issue years later than you actually remember having it.
No, there was, when I worked in Boston in 1988 to 1991, there was a comic shop in Boston, and I believe that's where I got the Badger. So they would carry direct sales. There was a specialty. It was only a comic shop. That was the first comic shop I'd ever saw, but not in my hometown. So it was in downtown Boston.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's where I got it from.
Okay.
I would go out to lunch and I'd stop by there occasionally.
Right.
Where I bought the Badger.
Yeah. I only got into it in the late 80s. Bill Reinhold was the artist, I believe, at the time.
I've got it too.
Yeah. And I enjoyed it for the time that I bought it. It was a pretty cool comic. So it was really fun to see that. It
was Steve Butler and Jeff Butler. So Jeff Butler, Bill Reinhold, and then Steve Butler. So
that's right.
Hard to keep track.
As far as I know, no relation from Jeff and Stephen Butler. That's cool. Cool piece. So if you're gonna have a Badger piece, like an early Badger piece, wow, it's hard to beat that one. That's a really, really cool one. Carl, what are you asking here? Is Wisconsin like going to check?
Yeah. No, it was like going in the what part of the Wisconsin was it? It was Lake Geneva. So Lake Geneva was like a tourist trap. So they had a nice area.
CJ says kind of. That's so funny, Marcus. Badger him to sell privately. Nice one. But yeah, very, very, very cool piece. And by the way, whenabouts did you procure that one?
I want to say about 4 years. It was after COVID.
Oh, okay.
And it was a year or two before I went on my road trip. So maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It wasn't that long ago.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, post-COVID, no, that's in the
last year. I was surprised he's still. That's right, Gary. I actually visited Gary Gygax's son Ernie and Jim Ward, who did the Gamma World. So I went through the whole Lake Geneva tourist trap, seeing all the Dungeons and Dragons people there. But anyways, Jeff Butler was surprised still had the piece, and he had it framed on his wall. And he said nobody's ever asked him to buy that piece before. So I was happy to
really
that piece. Yeah.
This particular one.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was reasonable. Okay,
good. I'm happy you got it, and happy that it was reasonable, because these days it's hard to get reasonable. So excellent, man, excellent. Okay, so we did the DC, we did Marvel, we did Independent, and now we're gonna jump back to Marvel. Let's check this one out. By the artist who did my holy grail of comic art, Hulk 272 cover, Alan Milgrom. Let's check it out.
Oh yeah. This took some doing. This took have you ever dealt with Al Milgrom before?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so the cover you have, you didn't buy from him?
Well, it came from him, but it was 2001, and I didn't have contact with him, so I went through Spencer Beck,
Right.
and he got it, for me, and it was no problem. But I should mention before you tell your tale of woe that 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 about a couple of years ago, I was like on Facebook, and I saw him there, and I said, I don't know, he posted something, and I sort of made a comment on it, and I said, oh, by the way, Al, I just wanted you to know I'm the guy who bought that Hulk 272 cover from you, 20 whatever years ago. I just want you to know it's my holy grail. It means so much to me. I still have it, and I'm so happy to have it. And all he said was, "Oh, yeah, I wish I still had that." And it's like, you know what he means by it. It's not because he gives a crap about the artwork. He just knows how much his art is worth now, and that's why he wishes he had it.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was. And I had been dealing with him on commissions. And like I said, I had Jim Starlin and Al recreate all their Captain Marvel and Warlock covers together. So I'd already had a business relationship with Al before I tried to buy his original art. And Captain Marvel 49, the issue before this one, was the first comic I recall buying off the newsstands. Now, when you say you get those feelings about nostalgia, holding a comic book in your hand and being brought back to those times, the two issues that do that for me are these two, 49 and 50 of Captain Marvel. I every time I have those comics in front of me, I'm brought back to 1977. So 49, I threw a lot of money at him at the time. It was over 10 years ago when I bought it. And then I told him I wanted, 50 and 52, which is the other two issues I remember buying as a kid. And he had a lot of other issue covers, dating back to his entire, I think he had almost all of them. And I tried to buy 50, and he wanted to hold on to it because he wanted a lot of money because of the Avengers. So I bought the cover to 52, then I bought the cover to 51, then I bought the cover to 48. And 50 was the last one I really wanted. And no matter how much money I threw, we'd have a deal, and then he'd ho and hum and then change his mind.
Yeah.
This went on for, I want to say, 6 or 7 years. I mean, it was really, I showed interest in it over 10 years ago. And finally, about a year ago, I threw in, or maybe year and a half ago, I threw enough money at him because I had a big comic sale and I had a lot of money to burn at the time. So I knew I was going to regret if this one slipped through my hand. So I threw a lot of money at him. And he agreed, and so we finally. That's my last deal with him, by the way. Is this issue?
Oh wow!
Because he's very tough to work with, as other people will probably attest to.
Yeah. Well, here I posted it. I'll post it again. Hart says, "Al is a slippery fish." Yeah,
that's true. I mean, there's another piece he has. I made an offer on that he agreed to, but he gives me I can't find it. When I find it, I'll contact you. It's a done deal. Yeah, we're on like year 2 with that. And so we'll see if he ever comes up with it.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Excellent. Well, great cover. So glad you got it in your hands now. So that's the important thing. Okay.
Yeah, persistence. You got for the things you really, really want, you got to be persistent. And I always approach every deal with, there's a way to make this deal happen. I just haven't thought of it yet. And so with Al, it was just basically money. Some people, it's you have to find them something else, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Even Peter says persistence. It's very true. When you're hardcore into it and it means that much to you, you want to get it. You're willing to go to greater lengths than you typically would.
Right. I'm patient with you on your Hulk cover. It'll take me another 8 years or so, but I'll get that thing.
I'm going to put it in my will till my daughter keeps it. So how's that?
Sure, we'll see.
Then you can deal with my daughter after that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so gobs and gobs of money. Yes, sir, Carl. Deal, money, women, drugs. What? No. What does it mean? Who are you talking to now? Now you guys are confusing me. Rick says, endeavor to persevere. Yes. Well said, Rick. Well said. Okay, cool. All right, so the next piece in tonight's show and tell, actually, the next two pieces are of the same property. One older, one contemporary. And I think a lot of us love this property. And so this is going to be a fun one to show. Let's check this out.
Oh yeah, Predator.
I love everybody. I think most of the people here love Predator. Remember it from the when the movie came out, and yeah, it's got a lot of fans. And I remember buying the comic as well. I was so excited that they made a comic out of it, and I liked Chris Warner's art. So very, very cool. Yeah, what can you tell us about this one, Shaun?
Well, I bought Predator when I moved to Seattle. So when I was at Seattle and when I moved to this area, there was a comic shop in my vicinity, and so I would go there and buy the Predator. I'd catch up on all the stuff I missed from the mid '80s to the 1990s. So I bought it, after it come out. So it was in the mid '90s when I bought the Predator series. Chris Warner and Dark Horse are in Portland, so they're in Oregon, which is 3-4 hours away, right. And so Chris Warner would show up at our shows. And so I didn't buy this from Chris. I bought it from another collector, but it made me want to buy this issue because of his artwork on the series. And I had gotten a commission from Chris, I want to say 20, 25 years ago, and it sold it when I was getting divorced. And so I'd always regretted that. So I wanted to get at least one page. Another collector approached me with this page that I had sold comics or artwork to 20 years ago. So we kept in touch for 20 something years. Oh, and wow. He was telling me, I'm thinking of selling this. Do you want this? And I said, oh, well, it depends on the price, but I need a representative piece from the Predator series. And this was the piece. He has a cover. Yeah, he has a cover, but I didn't buy it. And,
wow.
He still has it.
Is it because he wanted too much or what?
No, he wanted to hold on to it. He had this in a cover, and I believe that's what he's told me. And he was willing to part with the page. And same thing with an Aliens. He has an Aliens cover, and I think an Aliens page. Okay. We haven't negotiated that yet, though. I bought this probably 3 years ago.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. And he had hung on to it all those years.
Yeah. And a lot, which I get access, as you probably have your own little collector group. You all know what each other have. And sometimes when they're willing or need money to buy something else, they'll go through that collector group before they go outside of it. And he did that. It's what he did with me.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Right. That's always nice when that happens,
Right.
Good that you kept in touch as well, so it's nice. Do you still keep in touch?
Yeah, he texted me a week ago. Usually we keep up with the news of who's dying, like Brian Postman and all the who are passing away.
And with the last few years, especially really the last couple of years, like constantly back to back, it's like wow. All right, everyone. As I said, so we go back to 89 for that one, and now we stay with on topic, but we move up to the contemporary era. I thought this was so fabulous. Had to show it. Check it out.
Oh, yeah. Doug Wheatley is also here. He lives in Vancouver, Canada. Oh, wow. And cool. So I met him at a show in Bellingham, Washington. I want to say it was before COVID. And he had all the Predator covers. He was doing a Game of Thrones book. He was doing all the illustrations for Game of Thrones. So he's an illustrator more than he is a comic artist. Yeah. But he did do comics back in the day. But he had all the Predators covers. He didn't have them with him. So we had to meet up after the show, which was probably a couple of months later. And I bought them all from him direct at the border. I drove up to the border and he came across and we had a whole day together. And I think there's 5 issues in this run, which I still haven't read this series, the Hunter series. Yeah. But I was just so impressed. That's all pencil you see there. And
Oh shit! I was wanting to ask you if you knew what he used for this. That's all pencil.
that's all pencil. I was blown away.
Wow.
He's such a tight artist. You know, I saw some of his comic book work because we met a couple of we probably met I want to say 9 months ago to see what he had on his published stuff because he worked on Blade in the 1990s. He did some Marvel work, and so he brought some of that Conan and Blade and some other series I hadn't heard of. And his comic book work wasn't that great, but this illustration stuff, he's done a lot of Star Wars stuff too now for Dark Horse and such.
Yeah.
And this is where his talent shines, is right here in pencil. It blew me away when I saw it, so I had to buy it. And it was reasonable.
Yeah. But I gotta ask you, Shaun, did you by any chance, when you spoke to him, did you by any chance happen to ask him if what I'm assuming are digital colors, is it him who did them, or is it some other digital colorist who did them?
It's Dark Horse. I did ask him that. So it is not him. He has the ability to do it, but as far as I know, on that series that we're looking at, that he did not. In fact, he was upset. The Predator logo took up so much of the art. I mean, look at that. Look at the hell. What the hell is going on here? They should have shown more of the Predator than they did the title and logo. I think the letterer or whoever designed the cover around his drawing did a terrible job. The whole series is like that, by the way, not just that one issue.
Yeah, no, I've seen them. It reminded me, as soon as I saw it, it reminded me of paperback novels from the 1970s, because in the 1950s and 60s it was all art, and then all of a sudden you get to the 1970s, and for whatever reason the book publishers all wanted to emphasize the title, and they would make it like at least half the cover is a title, and then they would shrink down the artwork, down to and stick it underneath. And it's like, what are you doing? Why bother with the artwork if you just want to fill up the cover with the title or the author's name? It's like, what? What's happening here? So yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know what the thinking was behind that, but I did earlier forget. I wanted to get to something to ask you on behalf of Knights of Old, because he mentions that he finds the comic shops. He's in Seattle. He finds the comic shops severely lacking, he says. You can comment to that if you want to, but on his behalf, I wanted to ask. He asked earlier because you mentioned that you used to D&D. Did you ever get any original art from D&D by any chance?
It's funny you say that, because I never did, but I tried to. The reason why I was reaching out to Jeff Butler and such was because I was looking for that vintage artwork, because I had a nostalgia feeling for it. And this was before the Dungeons and Dragons movie came out and such. And so I was contacting Jeff Easley, all the artists of those days, and finding out who had died. I had been out of the D&D groups. I hadn't played D&D since I was a teenager, so I hadn't followed up with it. Still have my books and modules and stuff. I still have the first Dungeons and Dragons 1974 box edition. I mean, it was so I had a way in to get people to talk to me. I found out a guy in Europe or Asia. Is it Asia? Asia bought up all the original paintings, I want to say 15, 20 years ago, from all the original artists. So all the manual covers and such are all owned by one collector. He was going to open up a museum, never did. As far as I know, he just has them on his walls at his house, but he bought all the Player's Hand, the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, by the way, Wizards of the Coast owns Dungeons and Dragons, and I did the air conditioning for Wizards of the Coast here in Seattle. That's what I do for a living. And so I saw the painting to the basic edition, the dragon and the treasure trove. So I've seen that. They still have that. All the ones that were available by the original artists all bought up by that one guy over in Asia. So no, I do not own any original, but I did get some of these artists like Jeff Easley to do some pieces for me.
Speaking of the devil, Rick saying that there have been some nice Easley dragons showing up on eBay lately.
I was buying them from him direct before that. So I got them for about half the price you're seeing them on eBay. And we actually did a do you remember the Dungeons and Dragons ads they used to have in the comic books in the 80s?
Of course.
I had I had those recreated by why
The
can't I
Willingham
remember
one.
Jeff? I can't remember Jeff's last name. He's a Dungeons and Dragons artist also. There was a bunch of for some reason I have a memory block on his last name. Jeff D-E-E.
Oh,
Jeff
yeah.
D recreated all the ads for me, and Jeff easily did the cover for me. And so we got it all done and presentable, and I was going to approach Wizards of the Coast to try to see if they want to publish it. But then they had a bunch of layoffs. And I have no contacts over there now. And so right now it's in limbo, but I have it all set and presented. So if I ever want to do something with it, I will.
Marcus is telling you to sneak some into the AC duct so you can get later.
Every time you see those movies with people crawling in ductwork, it drives me nuts because the seams are done with sheet metal screws and seams, and there's no way you could crawl through ductwork without getting your skin scraped with all those.
Right, I was going to say you would get torn to shreds, basically.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, it drives me nuts seeing those movies.
It's for Hollywood. What are you going to do? It makes it more interesting that way, you know?
Yeah.
That's funny. But okay, yeah, no, great Predator cover. I think that was fantastic. So
it's a page, but the Wheatley, yes.
Oh, the Wheatley, yeah. Happy given the horrific thing they did with the published version. I'm glad we could show it and see it in its full glory, you know?
Yeah.
So very happy to show that. Excellent. So from there, we're going to go back to DC. And this is something that is near and dear to my heart, only from the last few years, for the same reasons that it means something to you, Shaun. So a very cool piece. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Yeah, I didn't read the series originally.
Right, me neither.
Yeah, and I still haven't, by the way. And
okay.
You
should, by the way, because I ultimately did read it, and it was really fun too.
I remember the show. So I watched the first 2 of the 3 seasons. I still haven't finished watching the 3rd season, but the first 2 seasons I was blown away with how good it was on TV.
Yeah.
And so when I saw that a dealer had the Lee is it Modire or Modira?
Lee Moder.
Yeah, Moder. Okay. I never saw his artwork before, so I went looking for the art from this series because I thought it was new enough for me to try to track down and try to buy. I was unaware that Lee Moder had passed away, and so the estate was handled by his wife, a widow, and she had found a representative art dealer to sell his art. And so when I saw this up for sale on his website, which was through the CAF gallery, I found out the guy was from my hometown. We grew up together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're only a year apart. We went to different schools, but we lived within a couple of miles of each other in Lawrence, Massachusetts. I was like, what a freaking coincidence this is. And we have Trevor Von Eden is a mutual friend, the artist. And so, this was a win-win for all of us, for the estate, for me, and for the dealer. And I bought that and the double-page splash from the same issue in that deal, and was very happy to have it. I didn't know the cover was still available, and it was $20,000. It was advertised as $20,000, which is what I paid. But I was happy to do it because I thought, I mean, who knows where that's. And then the series, I think I bought it last year or earlier this year. I think it was late last year or early this year I bought it. And they're not doing the series anymore, the Stargirl series. And that's an extra drawing that was added to the cover, I guess. That's what he told me later.
Yeah, I guess he did the first couple of characters, and then they probably just said, oh, you know what, let's add in, what's his face, right?
Yeah, I can't remember his name either.
But rather than have to redraw it, right? It's just more easy to just add him on a second page and then digitally add him in or whatever. So.
Yeah, they still have some of the pages from that issue still available, and a couple of covers in the later issues. And I guess Lee worked on the Legion of Superheroes, and they have a lot of that too. Yeah. So I bought it only because I really liked the TV series more than I did the comic.
Yeah. No, me too. I've said on this show before, that first season of Stargirl, to me, it was the most fun I think I've ever had watching a single season of any of these superhero shows. Yeah, it was just a lot of fun. That's all I can sort of say to it. I really, really loved it, and yeah, really, really, really fun. So when I saw that you had this, I was like, okay, that's cool. Definitely got to show that one, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I'm still happy to have it. Now, a lot of my published work, I was just mentioning today, I don't have it framed. I have all my, not all, I have a bunch of cover recreations and commissions framed, but I haven't had a single published piece. Well, that's not true. I have a Joe Jusko piece framed, but everything else is not framed. It's just sitting in portfolios, and I need to get off my butt and start framing some of this stuff.
Yeah, well, I know how that goes, though. Hyder is in the house. Hey, Ruben. Hey, Sean. What's up, Hyder?
Hey.
Thanks for dropping in, my friend. And thank you, Hart, by the way, for the. I knew it was Starman, but it was the Jack Knight name I was trying to remember.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Carl says that he also did Red Sonja, Barbed Wire. Really?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And Carl also says he has 2 tryout pieces by Motor. Wow, interesting. Okay. And Hart, did Arwen watch the Stargirl show with me? No, she didn't. Sadly, she lost interest in doing things with Daddy as she became a preteen and a teen. And I watched it by my lonesome. Yeah. That's how it is. What can you do? Thanks for bringing up terrible memories.
Isn't Lou Ferrigno's son in there? Isn't he our man? Lou Ferrigno's son. I think he's the our character. Yeah, on the series. Yeah. Am I correct on that, everybody? Lou Ferrigno's son.
Let us know, everybody. Yeah, because you guys always know. Lou Ferrigno's son was one of the characters?
Yeah, I think he was our man.
Our man?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Although I have a tendency to look at when I see a show for the first time where I don't recognize the actors, I tend to look at the credits to see if I recognize anybody's name. I don't remember seeing the name Ferrigno.
Yeah, I don't have the series in front of me, or I'd look, but I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Ruben preferred to watch young girly shows alone. No comment. Get used to it, CJ. Thank you. Yes, I know. Believe me, I'm already getting used to it. I'm not happy, but I'm getting lonely daddy nights. Exactly. I know. I know you can. Yours are so much older now, so yeah. It's a whole different dynamic though. Once they're adults themselves, you know. Okay, excellent. So very cool piece. From there, let us move on to the next one, and the next one is part of the theme I mentioned at the beginning. And let's check this one out.
Oh yes,
yes.
Yeah, this one was the first issue of New Teen Titans I ever bought off the stands. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, this was the one I had to track down. It had sold, I think, on Hakes or auction site years ago. I tracked down the guy who had it. He was very high on his price.
Yeah.
And we finally negotiated. It was before Christmas, so it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, right before Christmas. So he was looking for some funds to buy something else he wanted. And so we negotiated, struck a price. I used comic sale money through Heritage to buy it, and it worked out. It was my first deal with this guy that had it, and I hadn't dealt with him before. But he was very easy to work with, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Had some flaws with the art. It had some staining. And so Romeo Tanghal was helped me clean it up. So near the Starfire leg in Kid Flash, right between the Kid Flash and Starfire's leg, there was some staining there. Okay. And Romeo Tanghal removed it. And I actually asked him to sign it too while he did it, even though he had nothing to do with the cover.
Yeah.
And so he signed the piece for me. And he was very reasonable. Versus trying to an art restorer, he would charge me thousands. Romeo charged me, $500. So I was like, all right.
Oh, that's very, very cool. Promise me though that you will never, ever, ever send this to somebody who will re-ink it to make it darker.
Correct. I understand that. Unless, I think you and I had this argument once before where like Jim Starlin's Death of Captain Marvel, those pages are going to be gone. I disagree with you on trying to save those. I think they're going to be pretty much worthless soon. Some of these John Byrne 1980s stuff too is disappearing with the same ink. Rich Buckler, Gil Kane.
You're forcing me to have to just again make the point that what it comes down to for me, the way I see this is, yes, okay, let's say they disappear. Well, let's say they do. They disappear, then they're gone forever. That's true. Okay. My point, Shaun, is that if you re-ink it, it is also gone forever. The original is gone forever, and now you just have some fake tracing of by some modern hand of the cover. It's not the original anymore. So to me, you've destroyed it immediately, as opposed to if it fades into oblivion on its own. At least we have however many years it has before it fades into oblivion. But to me, I just believe you've destroyed it once you've re-inked it. So that's how I see it.
Do you feel that way with Frazetta's work? Because Frazetta messed around with his stuff too.
I do feel. I mean, that's painting and it's different. It's that rather than re-inking. But I do feel the same. I cringe when I think that he repainted so many of his older paintings. I cringe. I don't even want to look at him. I don't want to talk about them. Whatever. Yeah. You're okay with the fact that he repainted stuff?
Frazetta?
Yeah.
Frazetta depends on the piece. I mean, I think differently with especially the Death of Captain Marvel, which I don't have any pages of, by the way. Those are almost all gone. I mean, I haven't seen a page yet that I was happy with the inking on. Yeah. I think. What if the original artist inked it?
Well, we talked about this on more than one previous show of mine, and I don't want to get off on a tangent here, but still no. And the reason is simply because the art, again, the ink that he will be laying down is from 2024. So it's not an original 1982 Starlin Captain Marvel page anymore. Now it's you can call it whatever you want to call it, but it's a 2024 recreated page. The board is the original board, but the original ink, Shaun, come on, they're gone.
Yeah.
Once you cover them up, they're gone. Right?
Well, I don't know. The word balloons might be still there, but I think I think you need to tell the person. I feel the same way with blue lines. So if someone's inking a blue line, I have the same feeling you're having right now with the inking of an old drawing. But we could talk another hour on that.
Yeah, for sure. What Mark said? What if it was a dealer who re-inked it? Oh gosh, can't the inks be treated with something? Nah, they can't, and that's the problem, Knights. That's the problem. Listen, if there was and I've said this before when we talked about this on a previous episode, if there was some kind of chemical solution that when you, drag it with a brush across the ink and it somehow reinvigorated it and made it darker, okay, I guess, as long as it's being reinvigorated and it's not new ink being covered up the old ink, to me, no, I think just leave it as is. It was never meant to be. It was never meant to be saved for people's collections. It was just production art. It's sad. I'm not saying it's not sad. Of course, it's sad if it disappears, but whatever. I think it was what it was meant to be. Was meant to be. That's just how I feel about it.
Well, what if he makes an ink overlay and just puts it on the overlay?
Hey, man, as long as you don't do it over the actual inks, I'll go with any other idea. Why would the art fade? Seriously, Carl, you're not aware. Carl, do me a favor, not now, whatever, when you on your own time, a little bit later, or open another tab, whatever you want. Go to Comic Art Fans and do a search for Death of Captain Marvel, and you'll see what we're talking about, right? They're mostly like the ink has turned purple, like a maroonish, purplish looking color rather than black. In some cases, it's that color, but faded substantially. But they fade just because the ink wasn't permanent. It was just a cheap quality ink that just fades with time in light. So that's why. I'll re-ink it. Okay, a lot of guys are joking around here. We'll skip those. Carl, usually it's a Sharpie type, never deep to begin with. Yes, exactly. Ruben, how do you feel about restoration of Renaissance? We see that thing, Peter. Again, we don't have time for this. I will say that again, in the episode where we've talked about this in more than one episode, but there was one episode in particular where we really got into it, and this question was also asked. That's very different. Okay, most of those frescoes are not completely destroyed, right? It's not like you need to repaint and fill in the entire painting with new paint, right? It's areas that have fallen off, chipped off, whatever, that have to be sort of in painted or whatever, you know? It's not the same thing. That's apples and oranges. This, we're talking about the entire drawing. You know, it's like, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. That's all I'll say. I wish it's a great conversation, but this is not what this show is about. So we gotta leave it there. Because as it's going now, we'll probably go beyond the 3-hour mark. And I know Shaun needs to do other shit other than be here all night. So, so if Starlin re-inked it perfectly, we'd never know. You'd know because we already know, first of all, that all those pages are faded. So we would know. And honestly, the other reason, Knights, that even like what Shaun asked me about if it's the original artist, and I still say no, because over time, the artist's style changes. Just minute, microscopic little movements in the way they turn their wrists, you know, to lay down ink and stuff. It changes. It's different. Yes, he may do a good enough job that it's hard to tell, but whatever. But do you want to have something like that, Knights, where the guy re-inked it and you don't even know about it and you think it's the original ink? I don't know. I'm not a fan. Well, look, whatever. I don't get the final say in this. I just think it's sacrilege to be tracing over in 2024, any year, tracing over old artwork just because it's fading. Yeah, that's just how I feel. Was the Captain Marvel art kept in ideal conditions? Yeah. I mean, it's just it was horrible quality ink, and that's it. And it just faded over time. Didn't matter who had it in their possession. All those pages basically turned kind of that purple looking color. You know, because it's documented to be fading. Exactly what I said. Just wanted to say to everyone that this is another great show. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. Not leaving. Okay. Thank you. Just wanting us to know that it's a great show. I love it. Thank you. Some Paul Gulacy pages are fading to light violet. Yeah, look, several artists. You know, Gil Kane, Gulacy. Yeah, I mean, should have just laminated the art. Oh God, hey, Kane.
I thought about that.
No, then you ruined it. Now it's become a print, not even original art. Now it's become a print. And once you do that, a lot of the early yes, a lot of those early Perez New Teen Titans covers were inked by George with a Pentel, and yeah, faded. Exactly. It's sad. Still wouldn't touch it. Sharpie markers are just like rust; they never slip. Excellent. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for allowing us to segue. For those of you watching on Rewind, I appreciate the patience. Thank you. Rick says Zipatone can fade to a nice thin shade of orange sometimes, but that's, I think, only generally because of the glue they used on the Zipatone to stick it down. Okay, let us move on, everyone. And from the new Teen Titans number 3 cover, let's move on to Marvel again and to a very quirky character I thought I'd show because it's just a great page of this quirky character. I know you all remember him. Let's check this one out. Marvel premiere featuring the 3D Man.
Yeah, Jim Craig. Jim Craig sold that to me direct. So
cool.
He's in Canada too. He lives up in your area, if I remember right.
I don't know where he lives actually. I've never known. I've known he's Canadian, but I never knew where.
I thought he lived up near in Quebec.
Oh yeah, interesting.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to check to see. I still have contact with him, so he sold me some Master Kung Fu's, and he still had art from all 3 issues of the Marvel Premiere series of the 3D Man. Is this the one that has the signature on it? No. Okay, I have one page that has a
Buster Crab.
Yeah,
that was my first. I was going to show that one first, but then I thought other than Derek's last name is Crab. Other than him, most people are not going to know who Buster Crab is, and they wouldn't appreciate the story. That's what I felt. I switched to what I thought was a better sort of action page, you know?
Well, I'll just say the Buster Crab story then.
Yeah,
Buster Crab played Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers. He played both characters. He's the only actor who played both roles. But anyways, Buster Crab was in a elevator at the Marvel offices in the 70s, and Jim Craig saw him in the elevator. He was with him, and he wanted his autograph, but he didn't have anything with him for him to write his autograph on. So he signed one of the panels in the series of the 3D Man series, and that's how he got the Buster Crab signature. Buster Crab had nothing to do with the comic book.
Yeah, no, obviously, yeah. But the question is, when I was looking at that page, I was thinking, why exactly would he have been at the Marvel offices?
Because there were other. Well, he wasn't at the Marvel offices. He was in the same building as Marvel offices.
Okay.
Then they met in the elevator, going up to the wherever floors they were going to.
Okay, gotcha. Hey, Maki Poo Poo. As always, you guys are always so kind and polite. Never apologize. Thank you for dropping in when you could, Michael. I appreciate it. Rickster, just so you know, this time I am seeing 2 squares, one red, one green. So I know that it's working. Thank you. So what's this, CJ? Dungeness is greater than Buster?
I don't remember. I think that's another actor's name.
I don't know what you mean. Explain it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he be red and blue? Well, because what do you mean? Because 3D was always red and green. The 3D glasses in the 50s, that's how they started, with the red and green.
Correct.
I love this 3D Man issue, says Rich. Bought it off the newsstand. Cool. I bought the remaining pages that were available, but Shaun beat me to some of the best pages. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he had offered them to me before they went public. So that's the reason why I got them.
Oh, there you go. RGB colors. And hip to be squares. Yes, sir. Crab. Buster Crab, greater than Bust a Move. Or didn't you mean Busta Rhymes? I think that's what you meant. It's a crab. I have an awesome sci-fi Buster Crab Williamson Frazetta piece. Ooh, that's cool. Nice. That's a great piece. Okay. And never seen red and green. Really?
Yeah, that's how they started. In fact, when you buy the old 3D comics, I think.
You know, Marcus. I never know with you, Marcus. I never know if you're joking or not, but if you're being serious, yeah. I remember back in the early 80s, in fact. I don't know if you guys remember. I can't pinpoint to what year, but it was early 80s. I remember I was in I don't know, late elementary school, and there was a TV movie that was going to be 3D. Mm-hmm. And it was like the big talk of the town, you know, and especially around school. Like, oh, yeah, you're going to watch the movie this weekend? It's 3D. And you had to go to like a local like corner store, like a 7-Eleven type place, and buy the glasses for, I don't know, 99 cents or something. And then watch this TV.
Creatures of the Black Lagoon. They were re-airing it, and that's that.
No, the one I'm talking about was a brand new movie made for that. Yeah, and it was a monster. It was some kind of like a gorilla type monster. Yeah, I don't remember what it was called though. But no, not even Rick says the same thing. But no, it was not. It was not. It was made new for that time. But yeah, and in the end, just FYI, what a waste of time and money for the glasses, because there was no 3D effect. It was like, when's the 3D going to happen? I don't remember seeing anything. In one scene, I was like, okay, it's kind of 3D, but not really. Like, it didn't work very well at all, you know? So, yeah, that's funny. 7-Eleven had them, yeah. Well, I have 7-Eleven here in Quebec. They're in Canada, but not in Quebec. But yeah, some other 7-Eleven type place. Kong, did Kong do a 3D? Marcus bought the X-ray glasses from the comic book ads, the X-ray specs, to look into the girls' locker room. I believe that. Sorry. So was Mighty Joe Young?
I don't think so.
So, like I said, I seem to recall it was a brand new movie made for that time. And Jaws 3D on TV. Shaun, on the West Coast. Oh, why are you spelling it Dungeness? Dungeness crab is like the main lobster in popularity. On the West Coast, it's an actual crab called Dungeness crab?
Yeah.
Oh.
My father-in-law's handle on Facebook is Dungeness, or his email address. So, yeah, so there's a lot of crab.
Okay, thanks, CJ. Sorry, man. I thought you were like making jokes or something. Isn't 3D a K-pop song? I don't listen to it, so I wouldn't know. I remember going to 7-Eleven for those 3D glasses for that gorilla movie. There we go. We got some corroboration that I'm not like just losing my mind and imagining things. Thanks, Dwayne. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was like some kind of gorilla ape type movie, whatever. Best $2 you ever spent, Marcus? Starfire is triple D. Is that what you're going to say? Okay. I still have my Valiant Vision glasses. I didn't even know Valiant had Vision glasses. We just had lobster this evening in Mr. Connecticut. Good for you. Tired of the crowd. Back to the art, please. Ruben, don't watch Deadliest Catch TV show. I do not. All I know is that some of those guys have died during the time that show has been airing, because it's a very dangerous job. But that I know. I'm aware about that. The Boston Crab from the model in WWF? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, logging you in with this. Okay, anyways, let's keep it going, everybody. And from there, only one piece removed from New Teen Titans #3 cover. We're going to head back and see something that we saw earlier, but this time next to George's version, not Shaun's. I had to, Shaun. This is such a classic, right? It's such a classic. I had to.
Yeah, same here. I was very happy to get that. And there's a stain on the original, as you see there, that I've left on. I haven't tried to remove it, and I think I'm going to just keep it there.
That wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, me either when I bought it. And it was already signed when I bought it. I think George and Marv Wolfman signed a lot of the art that's out there.
Okay. And
so, very happy with this piece. I could look at it all day long.
Yeah.
But you know what really grabs you is the besides Starfire is the background. Look how much detail.
Oh yeah.
And the perspective George put into the cityscape down below. Yeah. I mean, that must have taken forever to draw.
Yep, that's nuts. Yeah, they're not like realistic looking building. They're very comic booky type building.
Yeah, but still, he put a background in though.
But just the fact that he did it all, the perspective of it all. I mean, yeah, it's pretty insane. Yeah, that's beautiful. And of course, not to be left out, I also love that third panel. She always had such a cute smile when she had that smile, you know. And then in that last inset panel, same thing. I don't know. She was just very, very sweet. I love that character. I think a lot of us like many, I'm sure many young readers fell in love with Starfire. So Yeah,
Well, when I went after this page, I was either going to go after X-Men Byrne stuff or George Perez New Teen Titans, because to me, they're kind of similar, although they're a couple of years apart. And I thought that the pricing on the New Teen Titans was more reasonable than the X-Men Byrne stuff. So I centered on as much New Teen Titans before he even announced he had cancer. And so I bought this before we even knew he was sick.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Look, Tom read Teen Titans for Starfire. She was a major crush. There you go. Hey, thanks, Dwayne. All right, guys. I can check it on IMDb later. It was called Gorilla at Large. What a lame title, too. But yeah, that's pretty sad. Oh, I can't wait to check it out on IMDb. That's awesome. Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. Starfire had beautiful hair. She sure did. Right on, CJ. I wonder why the younger readers love Starfire. Dan Evan, what's up? Joining late. Last Memorial Day. Guests just left. No worries. Oh, Perez. Nice. Yes, exactly. A great one. And this is so cool because this what I loved about this 2/3 splash panel, it really shows the joy and the innocence of a character, right? That's what I always thought, that she was this warrior from this other planet, Tamaran, right? But like here she comes to Earth, and she always, George and Marv always had her acting very just sweet, innocent, and yet for those of us who read it, you can remember that there were times where you push your buttons the wrong way and the warrior comes out and she's anything but the sweet, gentle person that you just see on that you can call it a splash, and because of that I had to show this next piece. So it's the interesting opposite of what character is there. She could be that at times, and then sometimes you could see this.
Oh yeah, same issue.
So, yeah, same issue. Yeah, 12 pages later.
And I bought both pages from the same guy. So not the same time. He wanted a lot for this page, but I thought it worked so well with the other one we saw that I thought I needed them together. And if you look at the last 4 panels, the facial expression changes. None of those are stats. So it blew me away. Yeah, he drew each panel there on the lower half.
Yeah, each one of the heads at the bottom are individual drawings with a different expression.
Yeah.
And answer me this: why do you see her hair streaks when she flies? Because it's a cool optical illusion for comic books. That's why. Heather Thomas. Yeah, Marcus mentioned Heather Locklear. It was TJ Hooker. I'm not sure why you're even talking about Heather Thomas or Heather Locklear. Mike says, I like how her trail continues from panel 4 to panel 5 to lead the eye. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I don't know. Wait, from 4 to 5?
I think he's talking about the other page. The page, the last splash.
Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I like, Captain Marvel leaves the same style trail, and so does Starfire. So I guess I like that also.
Yeah. So no, I really, really love this stuff. And Marcus has sweet bondage. Marcus is really, really into bondage. He loves bondage. Dan says, "Oh, great Starfire page, wonderful, awesome Titans." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's fantastic, and yeah, it's just a very memorable issue for those of us who read it back in the day. Trail Man, okay. Rick says, "Killer pages." Yes, absolutely. And Carl says, "The Simons and Austin panel of Corey before she kisses Peter is my favorite." Simons and Austin. Yeah, the X-Men Teen Titans book.
Yeah, I think so too. That's the only time I remember them on it.
Yeah, exactly. But very cool. All right. From there, everybody, we will go to. I got a piece here that requires. I cheated. I believe I've got a couple of pages, just as a way to show more art because Shaun's collection is so cool. I figured this was a good way to show a few extra pieces than we normally do. Check this out. It'll be 2 to a page, two to a slide. There we go. And I wanted to show this one, or these two actually, because I just find that Ron Randall is an unsung artist, especially from back in the 80s. I thought he was fantastic and never gets any credit for anything. Nobody ever really talks about him, but he was an excellent artist. I mean, he still is, I'm sure. It's just he never really did a lot that people could sort of sink their teeth into and say, hey, he did that long run on this, that, or the other in mainstream superheroes. But here we go. I can also show you guys, this is what it looks like published, of course. But yeah, man, I just always dug his art back in this time period, especially. And yeah, I really wanted to see it because they're great pages on top of it, as well as penciled and ink by him. So really beautiful stuff. Any stories about these?
Yeah, Ron. I bought those directly from Ron. So he goes to our local shows in Seattle, and I believe he's in Portland. And before he went to the show last year, I asked him if he had any Barren Earth pages, and he said yeah. So he showed me those because I'd already bought some Dragonlance from him earlier, and he has more. He kept a lot. And so I asked for a couple of other pages, but he just isn't willing to sell all of them just yet. So I am, of course, on his list in case he does on the Barren Earth stuff. But he does still have Predator. He's still no real Predator in the pages, but he has Predator from the Predator series, and he has more Dragonlance and Barren Earth and Arak. I think Arak was the other series he did. But yeah, and he may have. Green Arrow, yeah, he worked on Green Arrow. He took over from Mike Grell because they were both in the same. They lived in the same area, so right. Mike Grell used Ron Randall, and I think that's how Ron Randall got into comics. Actually, is through Mike Grell on his Green Arrow. I think. Cool. I can't remember his story, but anyways, nice guy, and he still has art, and he's still doing drawings and commission stuff, and he'll probably be at the next show I see him at.
Cool, very very cool. Excellent. All right. So yeah, nice, good. Happy to shout out Ron Randall. Not somebody who most people ever really talk about. You know, you don't hear even other I never hear collectors talk about him. Or they got art by him. So yeah, I really liked him. And I met him back in I think 2005, San Diego, and bought some stuff from him. And yeah, it was a very nice guy. So yeah, very happy to show that. All right, from there, let us move on to the next piece, and that is this.
Yes, Spectacular Spider-Man 9. The first issue I ever bought of that series was number 4, but the number 9 with the White Tiger, 9 and 10. This I bought from a dealer who was repping a collector at the time, so it never made it to the market. So he showed it to me, and I knew this dealer, and he's from Georgia, and I had done business with him on comics, and I had told him I was moving into the art side of things, and he was starting to look for artwork instead of just comics. And every time he came into some art, he would send me some pictures, and I picked this up in the Iron Fist 13 page at the same time. So yeah, memorable issue for me. And then I bought a page from the following issue from someone else.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, from a dealer. I think it was Glen Brunswick. A year later. But this one I bought from a dealer in Georgia. One other piece.
By any chance, is this dealer in Georgia? Is it a guy who's always on eBay, selling on eBay for years?
He still is, yeah. God, what's his name? I should know this. Do you remember his name? I'm
trying to think of it. It's escaping me at the moment. That's why I'm trying
here. I should. He's on my phone because he sends me pictures through my phone. We had a mutual friend, David Anthony Kraft, who was a Marvel.
Oh yeah, from Comics Interview.
Yes, yeah. When he passed away, that's when I was dealing with the estate, and his name just almost at the tip of my tongue. Came into the picture, and that's when I told him about the artwork side. But I had bought in Golden Age from him before, Golden Age Comics.
Yeah, is it?
That's at my tongue.
Is it possible also that is he in Ringgold, Georgia?
No,
actually,
he's God, it's gonna drive me nuts. I can see his face.
All right, you know how it is. You know how these things. Man, you the more you try, the worse you're not going to get it. You have to stop thinking about it, and then later, out of the blue, it's going to pop into your head.
Yeah, when you post this on YouTube, I'll comment his name.
But okay, let's just move on to the next piece, and for that, we stick with Marvel and a very sought-after title and character, or I guess two characters really, an artist. Let's check this one out.
Yes. Well, this is a story for sure.
Okay,
cool. So I want to say 2004, 2005, maybe 6. Tom Christopher is an inker, and he inked a lot of Ron Limbs. He lives here in Seattle. He attended one show one comic show, and he brought in a stack of Silver Surfer pages. I want to say maybe 50.
Wow.
And it was all from the classic stuff, because he worked on with Ron Lim, the Silver Surfer, for quite a while. And he had probably 6 covers. This was one of them.
Wow.
And I bought it and I sold it. Someone made me, was it Bill Wu? Bill Wu at the time was buying up.
That's right. Yeah.
A lot of this stuff, like the Silver Surfer 50 cover, and he was paying a lot for stuff back then.
Yes.
Which is right now, it's a bargain now. But back then we were like, $10,000 for a Ron Lim cover that was only 5-6 years old. And so he was spending a lot of money on it, and he bought this. I don't know where it went from there, but another collector had it and on CAF, and I said, hey, I'd love to buy this back because I sold it to Bill Wu.
Yeah.
And so we struck a deal. And I want to say this was probably last year, maybe 2 years ago. I think it was early last year.
Very cool.
And so I was, because as Captain Marvel, which I'm a big fan of, and I love Ron Lim. Reminds me of Perez a lot, so I've been trying to buy up some of the Ron Lim stuff. Okay. And I sold off all the Silver Surfer pages I had bought from Tom Christopher.
Yeah,
and he still has a couple of pieces left, but he's a hermit. He's not even coming out, and I actually convinced him to ink a couple of Ron Lim's commissions I had last year, but it took him forever.
Oh, yeah?
It took him, like, for one commission of a Silver Surfer figure, it took him 3 months.
Okay. Wow. And that in the commissioning part of the hobby, 3 months is nothing. That might as well be 3 days.
Except he's only 5 miles from me.
Okay. So, that's different, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, geez.
I admit that's a lot different. Yeah, that makes it totally different. Yeah, that's. Oh well. You could go down to his house every week and said, "Hey Tom, where's my people?"
We still have, Paul Chadwick lives here too, by the way. But the concrete guy, and he lives near actually Tom Christopher. But Tom Christopher is a Golden Age art collector, so he hasn't been buying any art lately. But he has a bunch of old art from the Golden Age and some silver. So he's got a nice collection of stuff. He won't sell. I've tried to buy it. He's just not interested in selling it. And his hands are going and his sight's going.
Oh,
so
really?
He's not really doing any art now at all and just being retired.
Wow, that's a shame. How old is he ish?
I want to say he's almost 70. I say he's like 68.
Wow.
Yes.
It's so funny to cause I don't know why. Like, to me, I still feel like when I see names like Tom Christopher, I don't know, I think back to the late 80s, and so I'm like, yeah, so this guy's got to be pretty young. I mean, he's probably I was buying these comics when I was 17, 18, 19, I don't know. He was probably a 24 to 27-year-old, so I figure, okay, yeah, I just don't expect them to be. I expect them to be like early 60s, not late 50s or 70s. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's but time flies, and you forget how fast time goes, and then when you do the math, you're like realizing, oh yeah, that's right. These guys should be that age.
A word of advice for anybody watching. So if you have a local artist that inked or did very little in the comic book industry, you should ask them if they have any art, because they never get asked. And not only that, ask them if they have art from other artists that they collected. Sometimes they'll buy art from people they admired or traded. And
exactly.
I've had some real good luck with that, asking that question.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Good for you. Congrats.
And I'm sure there's others out in the other states or even in Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't get if you don't ask, for sure. So, congrats. I'm glad that.
For instance, when I was dealing with Ron Lim, I asked Ron Lim, this is probably 20 years ago, I said, do you still have your Silver Surfer covers? He said, Bill Wu bought the Silver Surfer 50 and all that stuff. And I said, well, do you have any art from any other other artists? He said, actually, yeah, I have a X-Men 117's title splash page by Byrne. And, when they're on the water and storms flying over in the harbor. And so I tried to buy that from him, but because he had traded somebody for that page, but I lost out on it. It's sold to a dealer for $10,000. But then the dealer came back and said, hey, it had a crease on it. I want another $1,000 back. I said, Ron, I would have never done that to you. Never done that to you. And this dealer got $1,000 back because of a crease.
Oh my God. He caved?
Yes.
Oh God.
I was very upset with him.
Oh,
because that's how much I lost. That's how much I lost. So he basically got it for the price I had made.
Yeah.
So, you never know.
No. Wow, that's a shame, but oh well. These things happen. Hey, Carl, what's up, buddy? I knew you'd be by at some point. And as always, no need to apologize. I appreciate it. And yes, I guess you'll have a lot to watch on Rewind for sure. Also, ask them if they can get Terry Austin to sell. Ask who? What is Terry's? Do we know that has Terry vocalized publicly what his intent is, his exit strategy for all his artwork? Do you know, Shaun? I have a feeling. I thought he was one of those guys who I had a feeling he's one of those guys who was intending on like Simonson, giving it to some school or something like a university or something like that. I don't know.
He hasn't told me anything about what he's going to do with it. He's told me he doesn't want to part with it. I mean, he's a fan of it. I mean, he's still collecting. He still collects. I've sold him comics. He buys age comics like the old Fiction House stuff. I've sold him Jungles and Jumbos. So he's a fan of the comics in general. And he started out as a fan doing fanzines back in the day. So no, I think he's keeping it because he appreciates it. And he has a lot by other artists. So not just Byrne and not just the stuff he's inked.
Yeah.
I did get him to do a couple of recreations for me. And he inked a couple of others by Milgrom. The Captain Marvel 49 recreation I had done, he inked. So he's not doing that now, but he was doing it 10 years ago.
Right. Oh, interesting. Yeah, whatever. Hopefully, whatever happens to it, hopefully he's got a plan for it.
Well, he's very suspicious of everybody asking. So once you start asking, he cuts communication.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I just hope he doesn't just die one day and he hasn't, planned it out on paper, so somebody can, so it doesn't get thrown out by some random person that has to tasked with cleaning out his house or whatever, So that's all we can hope for. Knights, yeah. When millennials turn 40 this year, I know that's what I'm saying, but you forget, the time flies and whatever. You don't think about these things, and then until you do the math, and you're like, oh, wait a second, holy shit, we're all getting old. Yeah, I know. Been hooked on Three Body Problem, a sci-fi show. We watched a few episodes tonight. Hey, no worries, man. Tom, we talked about the 3D problem tonight. TV show greater than Ruben's show. Fuck you, Tom. Carl's collection. I enjoyed the book and 2 subsequent volumes. Okay. When your wife is game to watch a sci-fi show, you have to lean into that. Yes, I agree. I agree. Absolutely, Carl. Absolutely. All right. Let's get to the next piece, everybody. For the next piece, we've seen it before, but again, want to show it without Shaun's childhood hand involved. Let's take a look. Mike Grell, the Warlord 7 cover. Of course, fantastic. I mean, had to show this one. Beautiful.
Yes. So this was sold to me through. I mean, he had it on calf, so his name was Tom Fleming. He was a collector of Warlord. He still has. He has all the pages to first issue special number 8, the first Warlord. So he actually at one point sold me all those pages. I sold them to Rick Welch, and Rick Welch sold them back to Tom.
Oh.
So they made their way around. And this cover I'd always made an offer on. And I finally upped the offer when I was selling comics, I want to say 2-3 years ago. And I had I was flush with cash. So I thought maybe I'll just throw a huge price at this guy and see if he budges. And he budged. And so that's how I finally landed this cover. And so it just took money and patience. Because I'd wanted this for at least 10, 15 years now. I've known Tom Fleming since 2005.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I've known Tom Fleming since the 90s. So, yeah, Tom's a really, really nice guy. Really good guy.
I didn't know he owned a comic shop.
Yeah.
That blew me away when I was when he mailed it to me and it had a return postage to a comic book shop. I said, all this time I never knew he was a comic guy, a comic dealer. So it blew me away.
Yeah. That's right. And in fact, the reason he got out of dealing comic art is because the store was just doing well enough that he was like, I don't have time for this anymore. And he just had to, something had to give. So the art had to give, Let's see. CJ is complimenting you. He's saying a really nice cover, not quite Clancy level though. That Clancy original, though, that's the valuable piece,
Yeah. Yeah,
sure. Let me come back here. Marcus, after Tom's shitty comment. Sorry. Marcus said, higher production value in Ruben's show. Thank you. There you go for standing up for me. Fuck you, Tom. Tom. Tell me, Tom, when you're watching Bill's comic art live shows, do you tell him that his shows suck? Or are you too busy sucking up to him? Tell me. I'd like to know. Because I think I know the answer to that. So thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it. Let me see. So, Knights is asking, is there a Seattle OG art show until hangout, like a hangout group for collectors? Do collectors hang out in Seattle?
Actually, no, I don't know. The funny thing is, you'd think there'd be a bunch of us. Me and maybe one other guy in our area that I'm aware of is actively buying. There's probably a couple of secret people that. What I find out is the older collectors like myself are older, have a couple of pieces, and that's it. And usually collect comics. And sometimes when they have these huge comic collections, you ask, do you have any artwork? They say, well, I have this one page I bought back at 30 years ago at a show. And you're like, well, I'd be interested in that. And they'd be like, really? How much? And when you throw a number at them, they're like, really? I bought 2 Warlord pages recently, about 6 months ago, that way. The guy only had the 2 pages. That was it. He had a bunch of comics and a couple of pages, and that was it. So there's a bunch of stuff spread out on our area, but no real artwork collectors that are doing big shows, or we don't have a show just for artwork. When artwork shows up at a show, it's very odd.
Right.
Sometimes it's is a title I don't collect, but it occasionally happens, but rarely now.
Okay. Knights, I would suggest, the only thing I can kind of suggest is like, if you want to, you'd like to sort of hang out and meet up with other art collectors in your area. I mean, if you're on, I'm sure you're on social media, and whatever social media you're on, the people that follow you or whatever groups you might be involved in, just kind of try putting out a message, and saying, hey, is anybody here in the Seattle area? I was hoping to just meet other fellow collectors and maybe get together sometime, and share art and whatever. And that's how other groups of collectors have gotten together in other cities. So it actually can work. It has worked in the past. So that's my suggestion. It's the best thing you can do probably. Tom is saying it was pointed at Carl. No, but that's not at me. LOL. Oh boy. Tom, you have to understand, when people do that thing you see, it's the greater than or lesser than. And it's a long-running joke on the channel. Okay, so when it's when the open mouth, it's like think of it as a mouth, right? Like a Pac-Man mouth. When the open mouth is facing the left, right, it means that the first word you say is greater than the second word. Okay, that's not you can't look at it. You're looking at it backwards. You're not supposed to be looking at it as a pointer. It's greater than or lesser than. Anyways, I apologize then. Misunderstanding. There we go. That's so fun. So they're all into grunge. Yeah, all the people in Seattle. I'm sure the grunge movement is still happening, right? It was Carl asked. Yes. Question: if you have an unpublished pencil page, would you get it inked by a pro? I once had a pencil-only burn page and was humming and hawing and to get it inked, and then sold it before I got it inked. I've done it in the past. That's my answer. I've done it in the past. 20 whatever years ago. I wish I kind of hadn't. So I would say no. I wouldn't do that. But
I did. So Aaron Lepresti was going to do a Rogue miniseries. Well, he did the interior, but he was going to do covers for the Rogue miniseries 25 years ago. And so he had done a couple of concept drawings for the covers he was going to do for the series. Another artist did all 4 issues. So Aaron Lepresti sold me the unpublished, unused covers in pencil. Randy Emberlin was the original inker for the series. I had him ink those unpublished covers because they were the original team for the interiors. So I did do that. I haven't sold any, but I think I traded one. But I still have mine. But I don't know if it's going to be acceptable to the community. But usually I take images of, if you're on my CAF gallery, you'll see like my recreations. I take pictures of the process. So you'll see the concept drawing, the pencil, the ink, the color. All stages of the commission or the recreation. I would do likewise for that unused cover too.
Okay, there you go. And Knights, if you ask 100 collectors, you'll get a varied amount of opinions. So it's just ultimately, if you own it, do what you think is right. But anyways, you ultimately have Indiana Jones #1. Wasn't that the 80s? Wasn't that the 80s Marvel series?
No, the Further Adventures is the second. The movie adaptation was 2 issues. I think the Further Adventures was the other series that Byrne did. John Byrne.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The Marvel, the 80s Marvel.
The Further Adventures is the series he's talking about. You're talking about the movie adaptation. So the movie adaptation was before the Further Adventures. So #1, I don't own any art from it, but
yeah,
I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
And Terry Austin inked the first couple of issues with Byrne, if I remember right.
Yeah. Okay. Wanted to finalize that. You finally clarified, Tom, that Carl, you were trying to, I know what you're saying now. You were trying to throw Carl under the bus by by saying that Carl thinks that by watching that sci-fi show he watched tonight, which is why he came in a couple of hours late, it's because he thinks his sci-fi show is better than my show. You threw him under the bus. I get it. Thank you. All right. We're cool. No worries. Everything's good. You should have said that earlier. Make it clear, baby. Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, Carl, I got you. I got you. And that you got Tom. Bill and Kazra are friends. I don't suck up. That's Marcus's job. Ooh! Whoa! Hey, yes. Hey, things are getting pretty testy out here. What's happening? Wow! I don't suck up. That's Marcus's job. What do you got to say about that, Marcus? Wow! You mean how I kiss up when I call him Billa? Totally sick. Yes. Okay, you guys are funny. Thanks. You're welcome, Carl. You're welcome. A lot of cash here. Many prop collectors. Oh, out in the Seattle area, you mean? I mean, Tom is a prop collector. Talk with him about that. But I didn't know that there happens to be a lot in the Seattle area. That's interesting. Okay. Hart says that porn is greater than Ruben shirtless. It definitely is. You should definitely watch more porn and less photos of me shirtless. All right. And you see, there he is. He's wishing you bad, hoping you get the mystery sketch with the Scooby Doo. Okay, guys, let us get back on track. And from Warlord, we move to Marvel again for a Good Girl art piece from the early 90s. Check this out. Memorable to many of you, I'm sure. Masterpieces. The Marvel Masterpieces. Black Cat card by Joe Jusko. Yeah.
Yes. So this does have a story. So
yeah.
This was so when I said I had a published piece framed, this was it. So I have this framed on my wall. But anyways, I want to say 1999 or 2000 or real early 2000s, I was buying Golden Age comics, and this comic dealer in New York that was selling me his collection asked me if I was interested in Joe Jusko artwork, and I said, "Why? What pieces are we talking about?" He said, "The Marvel Card Series." And I remembered this was the only piece I remembered from the series, but he had 3 pieces. He had that, Namorita, and the Kingpin. And I said, "Yeah, I'd be interested in those." So we were making a deal on the Golden Age comics, and I said, "How much would you need for these 3 pieces?" He says, "Well, I'm negotiating with Joe Jusko's ex-wife."
Oh, wow.
His wife had taken these 3 card art from their divorce. And so I bought all 3 from because she rightfully owned it. And I had met Joe Jusko, believe it or not, in Vancouver, Canada.
Okay.
Right before this happened. So I had met his ex-wife. And so I bought those 3, but it was a lot of money at the time. So I sold the other 2 pieces to pay for that. And that's what happened. So I don't have the Namorita or the Kingpin, but I kept the Black Cat. And many times that's the most popular piece of being asked if I'd sell on CAF.
Okay.
I can't tell you how many people have asked me to sell it.
Wow. You're saying that out of all the pieces people have asked about, if you're willing to part with, this is the one that gets the most inquiries?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. I mean, a guy just threw a price at me. He just threw 25 grand at me like 3 months ago. And
wow.
I still said no. By the way, the artwork on this is small. So it's.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you've seen them? You have one?
I don't have any, but I've seen them. I've seen many, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I actually contributed this scan to the Joe Jusko's art book that he was doing.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I think it's like 10 by 10. If I remember right. Is that right? I'm trying to think. I don't have it in front of me.
That sounds a little bigger than I remember the ones I saw, but it's somewhere in that range, though, for sure.
Yeah, so very detailed for such a small drawing. And it's a painting, actually. So, I was very impressed with it. I've kept it ever since. I don't see myself ever selling it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So the guy who offered me the 25K I just mentioned had it recreated. Joe Jusko recreated it for him. Although the facial expression is different, and he posted it on CAF.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Aren't you talking about the ones that he recreated them for the Kickstarter he did?
No, that's a separate piece. This guy specifically before that. This guy specifically had him recreate a copy. So there's actually 3 versions of this: the Kickstarter, the one this person requested and mine.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha.
And everyone's different. So he changed something with, the facial on his is different than what you see here. I don't remember the Kickstarter one, but I have the image somewhere. I don't think the
Right.
background's on it is the same.
Okay. Knights of Old is asking or saying, I hope you kept the timely Golden Age comics.
No, actually, when I was telling you I was buying all those new Teen Titans stuff, that's what I was selling. It went pretty high. I sold my family 17 and all that. I kept, I probably have 50 Golden Age comics still because they meant a lot. And I'm a Matt Baker fan, so I kept some of the Matt Baker stuff.
Okay.
So I have I have those, about 50 Golden Age, but I sold the majority of them to buy the artwork.
Okay, there you go, Knights. He's more interested. His tastes shifted over time, and he used the comics to fund the artwork. So nothing wrong with that at all, I think. And by the way, a lot of art collectors did that ultimately. So not an uncommon practice. Do recreations bring down the value of the original? No. This is Carl. This is a topic that has come up before, multiple times. People asked on my show, I think just, I don't know, a week or two ago. It might even have been last week. But anyways, I think it was last week with Peter. But anyways, no, I like I said, I brought up the example of, all those recreations by John Buscema, who must have done this just, I don't know how many dozen Silver Surfer 4 covers. And yet I've seen them go on Heritage and sell for $20,000, So
well, I think the originals hold a value. I think I have recreations like Ron Wilson does multiples too, by the way. So,
right.
But he does them differently every time. So he doesn't even light box them. It drives me nuts. But Sheldon Moldoff, like I was mentioning, the first piece I ever bought, he had done multiple recreations of his Golden Age covers too. Same thing with CC Beck, like that master above my head. There's a couple of versions. And so that it draws the value of the recreation down, but not the original art, not the original published cover.
See, and I guess it depends on who it is, but yeah, I am of the mind that definitely doesn't drive down the price of the original. And the point I was trying to make with that Buscema example is that even in cases where the recreations have been done so many times, even those don't go down in value, and they go up high in value sometimes. Again, not as a general rule, but in some cases like that, for classic covers by classic artists, yes, they can. But no, to your question, Carl, the original, no way. It's the original is still the original, and will always be the one, real one. Whereas the others are all just kind of, they're not fakes, but you know what I mean. They're whatever you want to call them, right? They're just copies of, they're hand done copies of the original. There can only be one original, so no, it definitely does not bring down the value of them, And I certainly, and I'm sure you can attest to this, Shaun, certainly can't remember a single example of a public sale of a cover that suddenly resold for significantly less because we knew that, oh my God, it had to have been because of all those recreations were out there, Like I don't remember ever thinking that,
No, Trimpe did like
the 181.
30, yeah, well, at least 30 of them, I think.
Yeah.
And Bob Layton does his famous Demon in a Bottle cover like every year. So there's probably 30 of those out there.
Right.
And it does not bring down the original price. In fact, I think it draws more attention to it. It makes you realize what are the iconic covers is the ones that have been recreated so many times.
Yeah. Peter, Shaun said he thinks 10 by 10, but he doesn't remember exactly. But yeah.
You want me to grab it? I think I know where it is. Do you want me to grab it?
If you want to, yeah, I got a few comments I can handle here while you go check it out. Look at that, Rickster. You always got my back. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, last week. That's when we were talking about it. That's right. There you go. And here it is, Peter, just for you. Look at that. How cool is that?
Everything's reversed. Okay, so my guess is I'm probably right, about 10 by 10.
Cool.
Can you see it? Yeah.
There you
Look
go.
at that, look at that great framing job, right?
It's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice. No jokes about framing, guys. Oh yeah, all right. Nah, no worries. Can't wait to see what the war chest gets you, Tom. Oh, yeah, Tom sold his comics for art money. Silver Surfer 4, right? Peter Rowe, he said around 10 by 10. Oh, okay, you're talking to Peter, right? And then you just saw it, so it doesn't matter anymore. Avengers 57, done a million times by Buscema, right? Dali paintings are tiny. Is that right? I was not aware of that. Never seen originals by Dali. JSX1, yeah. What about monoprints? What about them? Let's not talk about monoprints. Thanks, CJ. Okay. Carl, buddy, I've got 4 buys lined up already with the money to spend. Okay. People always want the original. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way. There's no two ways about that. People will always want the one and only original for sure. Yeah, see, Rick says I think they were done 6 by 8. And I was in my head, I was actually also thinking about 6 by 9 or 7 by 9. So it's probably around there, I would think.
All 3 I bought were all the same size. So
yeah.
This would be the same size as all the others. It's framed, so it's hard to tell where the art ends.
Right.
I think it goes to here. But anyways, in my opinion, I think he's right that the height is a dimension more than the width. So if it's 8 by 6 or 10 by 8, he's probably right. Do you have one, Rick?
Yeah, Rick, let us know if you got one.
Have you done one of these chats with Rick? Rick's got a lot of stuff.
Rick has been a really amazing supporter of my channel since the beginning. Of course, I asked him to do a show. He's one of the few who have said no to me because it's just, I don't know, whatever his reasons are. I don't want to push, but it's not for him. So he doesn't want to be on camera. He's happy to attend and support me from the chat, he says, which is a great loss to the rest of us, because I'm sure everybody would love to have Rick on and listen to him and talk about his collecting days and look at his art a bit. But whatever, man. Like I said, it's not for everybody. So yeah, but he knows I would love to have him on. So he just needs to reach out to me privately if he ever changes his mind, and he knows that, you know. So Rich says the original covers in a lot of cases have paste ups and glue stains, missing word balloons, right? Where a recreation can be a clean redrawn piece of all hand drawn art, right? 7 by 9 looks right, says CJ. That's what I feel. Inches. Just going from okay. So Rick's just going from memory. 6 by 9. I may do one someday. Look at that. Rick is saying, and he's saying he may do one someday, and he's winking with a little wink. Oh,
yeah. Come on, Rick. I'd watch.
Come on, Rick. Shaun did it.
Can do it. If I can do it, Rick can do it.
Shaun did it. You gotta do it. Rick, you and I could combo host Ruben's show. Say yes. No, I can do if I'm gonna have Rick on, I gotta do for sure a show and tell. Just like you, Hart, you've been on my show like 8 times or 10 times or whatever it is, but we've never actually, like you mentioned, done an actual show and tell together. So we got to get together very soon and do a show and tell. Rick is such a tease. He is a tease.
And he's a great artist himself. He's done drawings also.
Yeah. He always puts always. Every once in a while, he puts stuff into his gallery to show. You know, he put my favorite baseball player of all time, Ricky Henderson. He did a cool Ricky Henderson piece, and then he put it up in his gallery a couple years back, whatever. That was really awesome. So that was great to see. Okay, everybody. Not only did we go 3 hours, we are 3 hours and 17 minutes in, and Shaun, I don't know if you even realize that, Shaun. I can tell you I've got 3 pieces to go, plus the unveiling of the special piece. Do you still have time?
Yeah, I've got as long as it takes.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear that.
it's only 8 o'clock here.
Cool. I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay. Well, I always say when they go over 3 hours, like a lot of these guys will be like, keep it going, because what do they care? They have nothing better to do. They're having a good time. And it's like, we've had some episodes that went 4 hours, 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So it's possible. We won't go that late, but only a few pieces left. So I'm glad you can stay and we can finish it off. So, all right, everybody. So let me just jump back quick. Rick's laughing. Today I'm the greatest of all time. What? I know you're making like a Muhammad Ali reference, but why? Marcus always he's the expert at throwing me off with these comments. Wow, quick and fun show. Yeah, right. At least it feels quick. Do it for Stanley 1 more hour. Stanley Shaun is a guy who used to be here regularly every week, and every time I get to the end of the show, I'd be trying to close out the show, like, okay, we got to close it out. It's been like almost 3 hours, or it's been 3 hours. Stanley would pop in with, no, keep it going, 1 more hour. He just, nothing better to do, I guess, whatever. And then he became one of these guys who disappeared, never showed up again. We don't know. We're all wondering if he's alive. We don't know what's going on. Hopefully you're out there somewhere, Stanley. There's a guy on CAF named Stanley J. I mean, I know Stanley's a common name, but I always wondered if that's maybe him. Could that be him? I don't know. But whatever happened to Stanley? Yeah, exactly. We don't know, man. We don't know. Ricky Henderson, yeah, the best of all time. Where is Stanley? Is he a ghost? The ghost of the machine. All right, everybody. Let us get to the next piece. The next piece is a favorite of yours and mine. Well, actually, the one after this will be the real favorite. But this one, we go back to a trend of an artist we've seen before this evening, and from a title-ish that we've seen this evening. Check it out. Really cool.
Oh, yeah. So
Teen Titans by Raven, and with that spectacular background that I never really saw back in the day when I looked at the comic book because of how they did the color hold on it,
So this was that Michael Levitz. Is it Levitz or Levitz?
Levitz.
Yeah, Levitz. This was one of those deals I made with him, and it's hand colored by Steve Olive on the original, and so which didn't bother me so much. It's actually well done. I've seen some of his other stuff, and it detracts from the art, but this one actually enhances it, in my opinion. Yeah, I can actually see what the hell's going on in the background. But exactly. Like you said, it's an original, and I wanted to complete the 4-issue miniseries covers, so I have 2 of them. I had a feeling. Yeah. I know where the third one is, the Cyborg, but I don't know. And I know that the Donnelly brothers had the Changeling cover and they sold it, but the Donnelly brothers are I don't know if you know them, but they're so tough to work with. Oh, of course I know them. Who doesn't know them? Come on. I knew them from comic books. I actually dealt with them buying and selling comics in the early 2000s, late 1990s. So I wasn't really exposed to them on the artwork side until, the last couple of years. Oh, really? That's really interesting, Shaun, because I never knew that they were ever into comic books. Well, if you go on my eBay feedback, you'll see my first negative from them. Because they sold me a detective comic, a Golden Age detective comic with a restoration, and I wanted to return it. And they said, and this is the early, like 1999, 2000 eBay, so there were no photos, and you could communicate to everybody and let everybody know what pieces of crap they are. And so I returned it and filed a complaint, and I got my money back, but they were very tough to get my refund from. And that was my first introduction to the Donnelly brothers. And then we're dealing with them on artworks. It was just ridiculous. As you know, every time you ask for a price from them, it could be 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. It's always going to go up. And like the Changeling cover, with the last price they threw at me was like $100,000, and I said, "Well, that's not going to happen." $100,000 for what? The Teen Titans cover that I was interested in. Now they have number 8, the the day in the life of the new Teen
Yeah.
Titans. They won 150 grand for it. 150 grand for that stupid cover.
Wow.
So I can't deal with them. The only time I've ever been able to buy art from them was like I was buying a Sal Buscema Nova 14 page from them that they wanted a couple of grand. Still way overpriced, but still within reason for me to try to finish off a childhood memory. So I could live with 2 grand, 20 grand, no, 40 grand, 100 grand. There's no way. The only way you could ever deal with them is maybe trading, I think. I've never tried it.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. There is some truth to that. Rick says any interest that you show basically adds another 0 to the price.
Isn't that the truth?
So true. So true. Rich says that he's done some great deals with Rich Donnelly over the years. It's easier if you have a piece that they want.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought too. So trade might be the only way to go, because if they overvalue their stuff, you can overvalue yours.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key. If you have something they really want, that's the only way it's much easier. Though I should say that, having said that, I've done probably, I don't know, I want to say 3 or 4 trades with them, but they all happened in a very short span of time, within a couple of years maybe, and that was 20 years ago, 22 years ago, or something like that. It went smoothly. I mean, smoothly where they're concerned is not regular smoothly, right? But yeah, no, it's not like they took my art and then never sent me the art, whatever. But the only annoying thing that they did is, we had agreed, okay, we both ship him at the same time, right? On this day. Yeah, no problem. Well, I go and I ship. Yeah, all right, here you go, Rich. Here's the tracking. Where's your tracking? And I don't hear from them for days, right? And then finally, eventually, they get back to me. Oh yeah, okay, here's the tracking. Because they only shipped it that day. They wanted to make sure they received mine before they even shipped there, like whatever. But other than that, whatever, it went okay, I guess you can say, but still not really fun. Let's just, not pleasurable, not what I would call a pleasurable experience. So I'll just leave it there, Larry Wong, like a lot of people, Larry says that, consider it lost. Like, it doesn't exist if they have it. Yeah, but it's true. I don't go looking through their stuff. I never look through their stuff, Note to the bro, says Dan. It's also easier to do the deals in person. Very true. Very true. Because then there's no shipping bullshit they can pull on you. That's for sure. That's already eliminated from the equation. But still, even dealing with them in person, it can be nightmarish. But again, good for you, Rich, that you managed to pull off some good deals. What can I say? It's easier to pretend art was burned in a volcano. It's very true. Very, very true. Okay. All right, everybody. Let us go to the second to last piece. And for that, we stick with the theme. And I mean theme in more ways than one. You'll see what I mean in a second. I love this for reasons which will be made clear in another second. Check this out. The new Tales of the New Teen Titans again. And yes, we see Starfire again, because she is so awesome as a character. And I love her, and I love George's work. And yeah, man, classic comic book cover. Tell us about this, Shaun.
Well, I talked to Collector on CAF to sell me this. I had to throw a lot of money at him, but he accepted it on the first offer, which is good. Yeah. And it was, once again, taking a bunch of money from comic sales and paying him with that. And he's a friend of mine, and he collects Golden Age. And he had it posted on his gallery, so it's not like it's a secret. It was Roger Keem. And Roger was easy to work with. Most of the collectors are easy to work with. It's sometimes the dealers are a little tougher, but I haven't met a collector yet burn me. And even though, if they're on CAF and they've got a long history and they've been a member for, since 2005, 2006, the chances of them screwing you over are very low. And this was one of those cases. When I saw this, I had to have it. I was willing to go a little higher, but I didn't tell him that. And very happy to have it.
Yeah, this is man, I just remember when this came out, and I just remember thinking, wow, you know, just it was if you were a fan of reading the Teen Titans already, anyways, right? That was already really cool, and it was just like, wow, when the news of this coming out, hit the fanzines and prozines and whatnot. It was like, wow, you already get the monthly Teen Titans by Marv and George, and now we're gonna get a second miniseries that focuses on one issue, focusing on each character solo, probably telling us their origins and stuff. Like, I don't know, it was just so exciting. I just remember how exciting it was at the time, and yeah, man, I don't know. Like I said, when I saw it, I didn't know that you had it, and I was going through your stuff, and I was like, oh wow. I mean, I've seen it on the market before over the years, of course, but I never knew, where it ultimately ended up, and to see it in your gallery, knowing that you had all those other kick-ass Starfire pieces, I was like, holy crap! Now that's awesome. I'm so glad you have this, because it just really makes the whole Perez Starfire thing. You have so many cool pieces featuring her, so why not this one as well?
Yeah, and there's a couple more I want. I've been negotiating with another cover, but I just can't close the deal. It's just out of my reach. But the miniseries, I don't think Perez did every issue. I think like there were other artists in the interior, like Kurt Swan or somebody. Yeah, I don't think George Pérez did all 4 issues on the interior.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man, if that's true, I don't remember that. Wow.
Yeah.
Can anybody confirm? Can you guys confirm? I know one of you guys will probably remember. One of you guys, please confirm that with us. That were all 4 issues not drawn by George? Because wow.
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
Just like the normal Teen Titans series, there was Kurt Swan did like issue 4 or something of the Teen Titans, one of those issues. And they traded maybe Ernie Colon did another. I'm going from memory. I haven't read the series in a while, but I know he didn't do. I'm 90% sure he didn't do all 4 issues of the interior. He probably did 2, maybe 1, 2.
Wow.
Hopefully somebody can step up and look it up.
Maybe.
But this cover, I was blown away when I saw it. I just had to have it. So I was willing to negotiate and go through this long process of waiting and all that. But this was very quick. I was surprised. It took us a couple of weeks to complete this deal. I was ecstatic.
I'm glad to hear it. And yes, Marcus, that's it. Oh, man, yeah. Sean Mark says that your collection of Perez new Teen Titans art is beyond compare.
Yeah, there's a lot of pages and covers I still can't find. I'm sure people are holding on to them that aren't posting. So there's got to be other collectors with a bunch of. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm sure there's others out there just keeping them secret.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure there is. Rich confirms. Thank you, Rich, that Perez did pencils on all 4 issues, but different inkers on each book.
Okay.
Different inkers.
Yeah. Weird for that.
So you're Sean, I think you're conflating or confusing the fact, because you mentioned Kurt Swan, and Kurt Swan he was the first fill-in artist for George on the regular title on issue 5, I believe it was. Right. I know. Kurt Swan did that, but on the miniseries, yeah, like I said, I always remembered it as him. But interesting that that Rich confirms that with us, because I still don't remember that. And I usually remember things like, who inked who and whatever, but I don't remember that. Like, okay, it wouldn't surprise me if you told me that, it was, let's say, George and Romeo on 3 issues, but 1 issue it was George and, whoever. But I definitely don't remember a different inker on every single of one of the 4 issues. That's interesting. So I want to have to flip through them. I'm curious to see what it looked like now, now that you mentioned that. So, but yeah, excellent piece, man. So happy that you have it, and I'm happy to be able to show it and talk about it a bit like that. So as a big Starfire fan, anybody have some kick-ass Starfire pages by Tom Grummett? That's what you come to me. You can bring those to me and offer me those if you want. Okay, I don't pay the George Pérez prices. I can only afford Grummett. Okay, so there you go. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Rick. Rick is telling us breeding. Wow, Marcos. That's not surprising. Jean Day and Ernie Colon. Wow.
The Cologne made it look like, okay, that's where I came up with the name.
Okay, that is really, really interesting. Wow. Yeah. Thanks, Rich. Thanks. Already been confirmed. Look at that. Derek's still there. What's up, Derek? Jean Day. Wow, that's so crazy. I don't remember that at all. I'm really looking forward to looking at them, especially the Jean Day one. I want to see what that looks like. Because I have a feeling like that could be like the nicest out of those. Gonna go after the X-Men versus Teen Titans cover. That's never gonna hit the market. Simonson is giving all his entire collection to I believe these. He went to school in the Rhode Island, so the Rhode Island School of Design. I don't remember the exact name of the school, but whatever the name of the school is where he went to school, he's going to be giving his collection to them.
Well, speaking of Simonson, have you been following what he's been posting? He's been doing this huge 6 foot by 4 foot commission that he's been working on for a while.
No.
Based on this Thor, Asgard, and well, that's for me. So he's working on that commission. He's on year 4, by the way.
Oh, okay.
4 years he's been working on it. So if you're keeping an update on Facebook about that huge commission he's been complaining about, that's mine.
Okay. Marcus is saying, is it possible that you might have been getting confused with the Teen Titans Spotlight series?
Well, that was the late 80s, and I didn't buy it, so I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that you'll find the inkers, especially Cologne, probably butchered it, because I've seen the interiors to the some of the original art. Like Mike Levitz has a bunch of pages from his, and they look different to me.
Okay. Look what Marcus says.
It's been good. I'll give you that. It's been good. It's definitely helped my hobby.
Glad to hear it. Because you need some scratch for this hobby, to be in this hobby and get the kind of stuff you like, you know. What run is considered the top 3 Perez? I mean, the most beloved, I guess you would say, the New Teen Titans, Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah.
I mean, the older guys, I mean, or, you know, well, I mean, we're all older. Guys like Shaun, actually, who started buying in the 70s, sometimes say, oh, you know, they love his Avengers just because that. But I believe that that's just because, you know, like most of us, we always love what we first bought, right? It looked great then, and it tends to always look great to us because we're looking with rose-colored glasses. But if you look back at this stuff with a keen and observant eye, that stuff is not very. It's not the best George Pérez work. Let's just say that. You know.
When I went to do the David Anthony Craft estate, she had the entire art for the entire issue, the Marvel Super Special Beatles one shot.
Oh,
that was all by Perez, and that it didn't look like the Perez to me when I saw it. That's how early it was. But yeah, there's some Perez I just don't like, and there's a lot I like. And you're correct. Avengers and the JLA, when he was on JLA, on the higher numbers.
Yeah, right. Higher numbers. Covers, of course, were all when he inked himself in the covers. Those were way better than whatever was on the interior when he didn't ink himself on the interior. And even Titans. No offense to everybody. I mean, I'm a lover of that stuff as much as anybody else who says they're a lover. But I look back in retrospect and I'm like, there's people wonder why didn't it quite get the same kind of equal status as Byrne Austin X-Men? Because, you know, those were the two big things at the time people talked about, you know, Byrne Austin X-Men and Perez and Tanghal on Titans. Look at that stuff. The finish on X-Men is the Austin inks. It's just the finished work is so superior on X-Men than it is on Team. That's I don't want to say more than that, but for obvious reasons. But that's how it is. But I will say, if you want the absolute best Titans work, you got to look at I think 3 issues that George did himself. I forget the numbers. We've talked about it in the past. I don't know, 30 something, like number 30 something, he penciled and inked somewhere in there. And then the first couple of issues of the Baxter series that he penciled and inked. That's the best Titan stuff. Interiors, anyways, fantastic. Peter says, yeah, wow, nice getting Simonson to do a commission and a large size one. Yeah, absolutely. Even though it's taking forever, Simonson had a lot of his Thor art on display at the Society of Illustrators a few years ago. That's cool, including the Thor 337 cover. That's awesome to get to see that. Yeah, so Judas contract. Yeah, in terms of, what are the best runs? Yeah, I never read his 1990s Avengers run when he came back to do Avengers. So I don't know. You guys can tell me if you like that stuff or not. What about you, Shaun? Do you know anything about that? Did you enjoy
I
that?
didn't read that. I didn't even follow his Wonder Woman, so I didn't do. Yeah, I didn't follow either one. I did read the Avengers versus Justice League. Didn't he do a crossover like that? I did follow that.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. Do you have any Perez Firestorm pages from his flashback? It says no. Okay.
No.
Judas contract number 1 for you. Okay. Tom says Avengers. Simonson should give the art to Rhode Island School of Design in return for scholarships given. Hey, whatever he does is his business, I guess. FF Marvel 2-in-1, really, Carl?
Well, FF, but yeah, Marvel 2-in-1's a stretch. But yeah,
they weren't runs. But Knights was asking in terms of top 3 runs, right? He wasn't doing runs, right? It was like a couple issues here, and then a skip, and then another couple of issues or an issue, and then right? Wasn't that how the FF and the
I don't remember a straight run through.
Yeah, it wasn't like a long, sort of like Titans was a run, what I consider a run. Wonder Woman was pretty good at the beginning, but then he quickly had to drop off on the the inking and for Bruce Patterson. That was still pretty good though. But there you go, man. I hope Knights. I hope that's a good enough answer for you. 160 Avengers with Pablo George's art was amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. And we all got our favorites. What can I say? And he started inking him back in 154. Okay. Did he do the Infinity Gauntlet 1 cover? Yes.
Yeah. I actually I tried to get him to recreate it.
Listen, really?
The last thing he was doing before he announced he was sick, I was negotiating having him recreate the Infinity Gauntlet #1 cover. And he said no. Yeah. But it took like 3 weeks to tell me no. So it was back and forth. He wanted to see what I was thinking. I sent him a concept drawing. I had to do a thumbnail. He's like, how much of a background? And then finally, just no. That was it. That was my last communication with George.
Well, you know what, though, Shaun? I don't want to speak ill, but the reality is it was weird. There was this interesting dichotomy between, in the last 20 or so years of George's life, I noticed, you guys can let me know, the rest of you, let me know if you guys also noticed, there was this really pronounced difference in quality between his published work and his commission work. And what I mean by that is, like, I have seen, there were times where I would see a commission and I called it out as a fake because it was that bad. I was like, oh, some eBay guy, some teenager, whatever, trying to make money on eBay, whatever, because that's how bad it was. But then I got it confirmed through Spencer, whatever, that it was actually done by George. I was like, oh my God. And then in the last few years of his life, I don't know, it's just the commission stuff, for the most part, from what I saw, just the quality had gone down so far. But whenever he would do something published, it somehow looked like pretty good, like his usual kind of. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know if you never noticed that, Shaun?
Well, buying commissions, I noticed the time frame where I thought the commission quality dropped off was around 2012. 2012, on the end of his life, was different. in quality. He, for some reason, he couldn't draw. I have a Wonder Girl drawing. It looks like she's got to be 8 years old. His
Right.
you know, his not the scale was off on his drawing, and
Yeah, the scale, right. The
yeah,
proportions and scale.
proportions,
Yeah.
that's what I was looking for.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually had to have Rubenstein once save it and have him redraw like the length of the legs because it was like a child.
Right.
So
Right.
it's pretty bad. Even
Yeah.
when he was doing the last couple of commissions during before his announcement of cancer, he did 2 for me. One of them was that Teen Titans Starfire splash from 16 where she's flying and she's in love and all that. He recreated that for me too before I bought the original page, and that was a little off too. And I had to have Rubenstein redo it for me. He cleaned it up and made it better. So they're signed by both artists. And
Right.
but yeah, I've noticed around 2012. If someone wants to correct me on when they thought the cutoff was, I thought the early 2000s was still good on his commissions that I've seen available. But sometimes you go all the way back to 1970s and 80s, like you mentioned, and it's hit or miss there too. So
Right.
I don't know if he was just in a rush or what.
I mean, he was learning. He was still only a few years into his career. Think about it at the time, right? So he's still learning, right? And the inkers, think about it. The inkers get these pages and they're like, what the hell? I gotta ink all that? And so they would simplify it because back in the old days, you know, when you were breaking in, the editors would even teach you. They would say to anybody coming in with a like highly detailed style, they would tell them it's unnecessary. You don't need to do that. You know, you don't have to go that far. It's too much. You know, and so some inkers would, you know, who grew up in the working in the 60s, 50s, 60s, when they would get to ink George in the 70s, they like I said, they would kind of simplify some of the line work because they also thought like, what's he doing so much detail for? It's unnecessary, you know. And so that's the thing. So sometimes it's about that as well. But yeah, the early stuff, like for any artist, when you're in the first few years of your career, even if you're like really good, like George, right? Again, regardless of what I said earlier about his earlier stuff, it's a fact. It just is a fact. That is nowhere near the best stuff of his career. But it's not because he was bad. Compared to what everybody else was doing at the time, it was unbelievable. So it's still amazing. I'm just saying he got much better later on, right? Well into the 80s. Right. You know, and I bring that up because Rich is taunting me, telling me, don't talk smack about Perez Avengers next week when Rob Fry is your guest. Just saying. Don't worry. I'll suck up and tell him how great every page is. Don't worry. Rob's a good dude. Whatever. But, you know, I keep it real. You know, I keep it real. But, you know, he's got an amazing collection. Everybody knows him for all that Perez stuff that he has. I'm not going to show a ton of Perez stuff, so don't be waiting for that. He's more well-rounded than anybody gives him credit for. So, yeah, we'll see. That'll be a fun show. And yeah, Knights, that JLA Avengers stuff, that original stuff did, like Marcus said, it's sold. It all sold years ago. And yeah, like what Marcus says is those commissions. You know what he had with the diabetes, it was affecting his eyesight, and that explains a lot of those. You know, the commissions where the scale was completely off and whatever. And yeah, that's why, you know. Yeah, Rich points that out, as he already pointed out, that about vision problems. Exactly. Carl says, I like Frank Miller stuff now. Holy crap. That's another whole other episode, right?
I agree there.
The figures short. Yeah, that's right, Rick. Yeah, just the bus shots were better. Yeah, for sure, because you didn't have to deal with the scale. That's for sure. Depth perception suffers when you're drawing the basically one good eye, throwing the, of course, absolutely. Yeah. We're not knocking the, you know, like, George, you did such a crappy job. You know, I'm aware. But guys, what I'm saying is what I can't understand though is that throughout those years that he was putting out, you know, those not so good commissions, occasionally he'd be hired to do like a cover or an interior issue here and there on some. And I looked at that, and that didn't suffer from those problems. That's what I don't understand. I did not notice the interiors and the cover work looking weird, like scale problems, like you're suffering. So that's what I don't understand. I don't get that. So I don't know how you can explain that away, you know? George was doing a lot of cons with no help. True. I would eat breakfast with George at cons because he knew me from seeing him at cons. Sometimes he had so many commissions going on, he felt rushed. That too. Got to run. People's all right, Carl. Thanks for sticking around so long. Appreciate it, man. Mahalo. Thank you. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Catch you next week, man. It's going to be another good one. Any notable Perez pieces that haven't surfaced? Okay, well, we don't have time for this, honestly. We got to get to that last piece plus the unveiling. Death of Supergirl, Crisis. No, all those things from Crisis came out and have been out for years. Death of Supergirl cover is the most iconic. I mean, I wouldn't. A lot of people would say yes, one of my favorites. But a lot of the Titans covers, you could say, are also very iconic. And a lot of these Avengers fans would tell you some of those are very iconic. So it'd be hard to choose just one, you know. Did a lot of sketches for Heroes Initiative, the Hero Initiative before 2012. A nice full figure cap from 2006 and 2009. Wonder Woman head sketch. Okay. 2012 to 13, I would do George at every con. That's cool. You got good memories for you, Tom. The last piece is Crisis 7. Nah. I'm sure he wishes it was. But no, let's check it out. And don't forget, this is the last piece. Oh, we have the unveiling. Shaun's going to unveil another cool piece. Okay. So for the last official piece of the 20-piece show and tell, I know you guys always know that I try to put out something that's going to like blow your minds. And by blow your minds, I mean like typically it's something that's like iconic, well remembered, Marvel probably or DC, a big name artist. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight that's not the case. Tonight, the final piece that I saved, I chose simply because I love it's a color piece, and I'm in absolute adornment, if that's a word. I adore it. The colors are just absolutely phenomenal. The drawing is exquisite. And that's it. It's the only reason I decided I'm going to show this one as my last piece because I just think it's beautiful. And why not? It doesn't always have to be Marvel and DC. So let's check that out. Here we go.
Oh, yes. So this is a story.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We love stories.
Yeah, I think you'll like this one.
Awesome.
So Bud, I knew Bud, was it eBay or AOL? I knew him since like the early 2000s. And so right around this time in 2004, 2005, his home furnace went out. And I paid him money for a commission. Maybe it was 2003. And we became friends right there and then. And I was buying commissions from him. I was one of the few people at the beginning who was actually hiring him to do commissions. He wasn't as well known as he is now. And so he drew me in this Pangaean Sea #9 issue. So I have 3 pages from that issue that I'm actually in it by name.
Cool.
He actually, on the title page, he actually dedicated the issue to me. So I bought the wraparound cover because, I was trying to help him.
Yeah.
For his appreciation, this is where it gets weird. So for his appreciation for that, he had Frank Cho send me a Shanna drawing in the mail. And when I was buying that Joe Jusko Marvel Masterpiece, I needed the money to buy it because I was buying the comics and such. So I had a local buddy ask me how much I wanted for the Shanna Frank Cho gift that Bud Root had sent me. It was just a concept drawing, it was in pencil. And I didn't know really Frank Cho from Adam at that time, but believe it or not. And so I sold it. And so I sent when I got the Black Cat piece that you sent me a scan of here earlier, I showed it to Bud Root and told him, what I had to do to get it. And he got upset with me. So this was one of the last deals I actually did with Butterroot because of that. And I learned a very valuable lesson there.
Wow.
I told Bud, I said, this is the only way I could have made the Black Cat deal happen is by doing this Bandit. I didn't know it was going to upset you so much. I'll try to buy it back. And we haven't been friends since. And it's really upset me because of that. But so this was, I had another commission from him a few years later, but we've never been the same ever since that broken trust. So I learned a very valuable lesson by I lost a friend over it.
And Shaun, when did you say, whenabouts was that happened, the falling out?
Right at this, so it must have been 2005.
Wow.
I guess if that's what that is. I thought it was a little earlier, but maybe it was 2005. And I found out later that Shanna drawing was the concept drawing. He did Frank Cho did a miniseries of Shanna. It was the cover of the number one. Which I didn't know because it wasn't published yet.
Wow.
So I made a big mistake, and I've learned my lesson on that.
Yeah,
you can't be influences like you could. It happened one other time with Bob Lubbers, a Golden Age artist, where I had to send some artwork during my divorce, and he was very upset with that, and he never forgave me for that either. And I told him I had no choice.
Wow.
So
no, yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to be understanding on those types of circumstances. You know what I mean? But people are different, right? Not everybody's the same, and everybody thinks differently, and all kinds of personalities out there and characters. So it's a shame. I did want to show, because I always do this with the wraparounds or double page spreads. I'm going to show you. I did I created a slide for the published version, so you guys can see that. Only because it's so fucking horrible. You need to see how horrible it is. And then you're really going to appreciate how amazing those colors were on the original. Check this out. Okay? And I'll go back and I'll show the original after. Check this out. Yeah. So that's the published version. And here we go. Check this out, everyone. Here's the original.
Yeah, it's a tribute to his first issue, by the way. So it's a 10-year anniversary issue. In 1994, he did the first issue of Cavewoman, which is the same concept. So, in fact, his uncle owns the cover to number one. He won't sell it, of course. He had gifted it to his uncle, and but yeah, this was his 10th anniversary issue. And it's I can't remember what issue one looked like, but he told me it was a tribute to his grandfather. That's what it says, grandpa or something like that on a tombstone.
Yeah,
and, very, very happy to have that.
Wow, it's fantastic.
It's not framed. I don't have it framed though. It's still sitting in a portfolio.
So what size would this one be?
Huge. It's like 2x3.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Wow, my God, I would love to have that. Wow, that is cool.
I had other covers. He'd sold me several other covers from that miniseries, and I sold them all. But he knew I was selling them, so it wasn't like I was breaking his trust.
Yeah. Tom, aka number one Marvel fan, wants to know: are you going to Heroes?
I've only been to San Diego Comic-Con. That's the only other state besides Portland.
Wow.
Sheldon Drum, because I set him up with a couple of Golden Age guests. So he's always invited me to Heroes Con, but I've just never gone out there. I don't have, with all this commissioning stuff and my interviews, and I do a lot of radio stuff too. And my work in raising two teenage boys, it's tough to get away for Comic-Cons out of state.
Yeah, I hear that.
That was photo or scan? Let me think. I scanned it in 2 parts or 3 parts. I scanned it in 3 parts, and my son in school, they're teaching him how to do Photoshop, and my son merged them together because I don't know how to do Photoshop.
Peter, that's basically it. You use hopefully an 11x17 scanner. It's the biggest ones they have, really.
Which I did.
And then you just scan it in different pieces, and then like in Photoshop or some other photo editing software, you stitch them together.
Yeah, he taught me that you have to have an overlap. So when you do the scans, you make sure there's overlapping, so they have places to merge, and that's what he did.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, so there you go. And Knights asking, okay, well, there you go. You heard. I hope you heard, Knights. Did you say 2x3, Shaun?
Yeah, it took 3 scans. So it
Yeah.
was, it's the only piece I ever done in three scans.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was at least 2x3.
Okay. There you go, Knights. There you go. Extra credit. Yeah, for his son. And you have that side scanner and you have a stitching software. Yeah, by the way, that's for all of you guys, because I still do it by hand, my stitching. But for those of you who don't know, I just found out recently that there is some kind of a soft stitching software. And as long as you leave enough overlap on both of the pieces, on however many pieces there are, as long as there's overlap, enough overlap, apparently you stick it into the software and it just does it magically, instantaneously for you. So that's kind of an interesting thing to know. Might have to try that out myself. There's an automated feature in Photoshop that lines up multiple scans. Well, unfortunately, Rich, my Photoshop is from like 20 or 21 years ago. So I can't do anything with it. But I have a piece with a stiff backboard that won't scan well, even in quarters. Really? Well, sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've had my problems stitching larger paintings. So, photo stitcher. So a stitch in time saves 9. All the jokes start coming up. Yeah. So, so there you go. We will not show the published version of that cover. Should never ever again be shown ever anywhere. Everyone. But yeah. So no, that was a fantastic piece. So I'm happy. I hope those of you who are used to some real banger, as you guys like to say, Marvel, DC cover, whatever. I hope you're not all upset that I didn't show that as the last piece, whatever. I thought that was a really great piece to end on. How about you, Shaun? Do you think that was a worthy piece?
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Awesome.
Like I said, there's a whole story behind it. It's the only comic book I was drawn in. Sometimes when they have these Kickstarters, they say you can draw you in if you contribute a certain amount. And Val Merrick had this Custer's Last Stand book he did, and I contributed to that, and I was drawn in that too. But this was the first one I was ever drawn in by name of my wife. Not only that, he drew my wife in, but with photo reference, because I had to send him photos when he did it, and with my wife. And it says that in the story we have a son, and we had a son like a year later. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah. And by the way, if anybody wants to know, and for you too, Shaun, Peter is telling us that Photo Stitcher is the name of the software that will stitch it for you together. So easy enough to remember, Photo Stitcher. So there you go.
Thank you.
Traditional stitching greater than AI stitching. I don't know. I don't even have an opinion on that whole AI thing, other than it's getting scary. I've seen some things that are very scary. I don't know what else to say. Stitchers get stitches. That's the best cover you've ever shown, besides mine. Nice, Mike. I don't know if you're joking or what, but I'm sure Shaun appreciates the compliments.
I definitely do.
Yeah, there you go. No, it was fantastic. I love it. I'm blown away by it. Okay, so everyone, shockingly, we have hit the 4-hour mark, baby. So it's one of our longer episodes. We're almost done though. And look at that. All of a sudden, as I look up into the top left corner, we are like 7 or 8 people just came in. So I guess while the East Coasters dropped off and went to bed so they can go to work tomorrow, the West Coasters were coming in from like dinner and doing whatever else outdoors. Oh yeah, let me check if the show is still on. Oh, let me check it on rewind. And like, holy shit, they're still going, So that's what's happening here right now. So very cool. I appreciate it. Thank you for those of you who've tuned in, and thank you for those of you who've been here since the start or tuned in late and are still here with us. We really appreciate that. As I mentioned at the top of the show, Shaun has a piece of art that he wants to, he offered to unveil it with me here. So I really appreciate that, Shaun. That's really cool of you to do this. He's going to unveil it. And I think, Shaun, we didn't talk about this beforehand, but do you want to just give a story behind it first, and then or show it, give the story, and then I'll show the. I made a slide of it, but I think probably better since you're unveiling it, better to unveil the live piece in front of the camera and then tell the story, and then I can just show the scan of it or whatever.
Sure. So I Jim Starlin fan, as I mentioned earlier in the show. So big Captain Marvel Thanos storyline. Rick's seen this, by the way, so Rick, this isn't going to surprise Rick. But I have been a Thanos fan for a long time. So Thanos was one of those characters I wanted. And when his first appearance showed up in pencil form on Heritage, I was the second highest bidder. I just missed it. So, and the guy who bought it lives 20 miles from me, and I did his air conditioning to his house. He still won't sell it to me. But anyways, I'd love to have that. And so I was looking for pieces early on, and Al Milgrom had a commission that he had done with Jim Starlin that Jim needed to do for his portfolio to show Marvel Comics. So he did this piece I'm about to show that he showed Roy Thomas to get the job, which he did do. And so this piece here is the first Thanos drawing he ever did in color with other characters that are also their first appearances.
Oh,
it's in color too, by the way.
Yes.
So let's see if it shows up.
All right, let me get this off here. Here we go. Check it out.
So that's Thanos' original color design that he was going to use. And for one issue, I think he may have been that color in Iron Man 55. And so you see Eros. Oh, and there's his father right there. And Mentor.
Yeah. Eros, which sorry to interrupt, Shaun. I just wanted to mention, for those who forget or don't know,
sorry.
We all know Eros is Star Fox, but back then, it's just written as Eros. So, Star Fox was only thought of later on, right? That name came later.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Iron Man was always his, Jim liked Iron Man, so he always drew him in when he could. And that's not Drax. That's not Drax the Destroyer with the wrong color. He actually called him back then. You ready for this?
The Destroyer, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I thought he called them the Destroyer.
The Destroyer, yeah. It's in pencil right here. That's what I'm trying to say. So he identifies each character in pencil along the bottom. I showed this to Jim Starlin about 4 years ago at a show. And he told me the whole story behind it. He said he'd done it for a concept. So Milgrom had supposedly inked it and colored it. And Jim had done the pencil work. And that's Jim holding in the piece right there.
There you go.
And so this is Thanos' actual first, and this is from like 72, if I remember right. Did I write this date on it? Well, I'll show you the back. The back is really messed up a little. Some
saturated right
on it and everything. Yeah,
that's cool. That's neat. I like that. I mean, it doesn't disturb the piece.
One of my prized pieces right here. Big Thanos. So unveiled for the first time, only because I'm never planning on selling it. Sometimes you keep things hidden because you'll sell it someday, and it's usually nice to show it and reveal it when you're ready to sell it. I don't plan on ever selling this. So.
You can reveal it.
So you can show the image if you want. On
hold on. Good idea. Hold on. Let me make you full screen. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. I figured, Mike, I wasn't thinking of that because, of course, I was thinking, well, in a second I'll be putting up the scan or whatever, so the slide. But yeah, let me make him full screen. And sorry, let me see. How the hell do you get him full screen again? I never use it, so I always forget. I think. Hold on. There you go. Yeah. So let's pop it up there again so everybody can see it a little bit more clearly, if you don't mind, Shaun. There we go.
I can't see what you're seeing. That's why. Is that
cool? Yeah. No, hold it up like that. That's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, there's glare, but like as we know, it's got a sheen to it, a shiny sheen to it anyway. So, yeah. No, that's cool, man. Very, very, very cool. That's wow. I mean, as a Thanos fan or a cosmic fan, a fan of Jim Starlin, it's historic. I mean, it really is.
So that's Thanos' second appearance, and so. Very happy. Like I said, I've been trying to negotiate to get the first appearance, but it's only in black and white, and it was inked by Rich Buckler, the original first appearance. This one was Milgrom and Starlin. And there you go.
Dan
Oh, and
says
the Destroyer is based on, I forgot to say this part, was based on a fanzine character that they had drawn back in the day called Dr. Weird, I think it was called. Dr.
Okay.
The Texas Trio, they would always draw these fanzine hero. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was, I'm pretty sure that was the name. I can't remember for sure.
Okay. CJ says that's an amazing piece. Dan says, congrats, Shaun. That's sweet.
Yeah, I'll post it on CAF probably in a couple of days. On my birthday. I'll post it on my birthday.
Next Saturday, everybody, on his birthday. Leave him a happy birthday message. Yeah. Deserves a color frame, says Marcus. Marcus loves color frames, apparently. Miami Steve would buy. Who the hell is Miami Steve? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't know him either.
Don't know. I'm sure a lot of people would buy that. Let's put it that way. So, yeah, man, that was awesome. That was awesome. So thank you, man. Thank you. I knew that this was going to be fun. And to be honest, I didn't want to tell you this, Shaun. I just wasn't sure how you take to it. But in my heart, in my head, I knew that this particular episode was likely to go substantially longer than the average 3-hour episode. But not only because of the usual amount of talk, but again, we were, I knew that you were going to talk about your early childhood. We're going to show those pictures, and that, that's obviously going to add more to the, the talking. And you were going to do the unveiling. So whatever. I knew it was going to go longer, and I just hoped that once we got to the 3-hour mark, if we weren't finished yet, I was hoping that, hopefully, in my head, I was like, well, as long as he doesn't say anything, but if he needs to leave, we'll cut it, whatever, we'll close it out, But I figured better to not say anything, and hopefully he's cool with it since he's on the West Coast. It's not that late for him, and whatever. So I'm super happy that even though I mentioned at the 3-hour 17-minute mark that we had gone past the 3-hour mark, and you said it was cool with you. I'm really happy that, that you're willing to stick around as long as it took. And look at that. You have the honor, if you will, of being one of my few 4-hour plus episode guests, So, I think that's always fun.
Well, I'm sure as most of the viewers can relate to is that, your wife or your spouse, whoever, doesn't care about this stuff. So you rarely are able to talk about your hobby to anybody else who can relate. So talking about it's always fun. That's when I told you earlier that the time flew when just watching last week's was because I could relate to it. And, as I was thinking, you weren't going to have enough material. That's why I kept sending you images and images. I was thinking, maybe you'll fall short of the 3 hour. I didn't know it was going to fly as fast as it did. I'm amazed it's been 4 hours. It feels like 2. So
yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. That's news. That's a good tip to all of you out there who may be watching this and are still too shy to reach out to me and say, yeah, let's do a show and tell together. Or if you think, oh my God, I don't know, I'm nervous and I don't know what I would talk about for 3 hours or whatever. If you've seen this, if you've seen any other episode, you can see they all go 3 hours or more. So it's very easy, even though we typically, not tonight, but typically only show about 20 slides, 20 pieces of art. You think, oh yeah, you should be able to do that in an hour and a half, whatever. No, it always goes 3 hours because we always talk with each other a lot. And again, and I don't mean this in a bad way at all to you, Shaun, or to any other person who's ever been in the studio with me. This is my favorite part of doing this is the talking and the chatting amongst friends, more so than even looking at the art for me, anyways. So yeah.
If Rick Welch is afraid of doing 3 hours, he can send me his art and we can do it for him.
We'll do it for him. You hear that, Rick? Well, no, don't encourage him, Shaun. Now he's already admitted publicly, and we posted it on the screen he's thinking about he might want to do it. Wink, wink, right? So let's keep him on that sort of tangent thinking in his brain, you know. Peter, Supreme Teen Titans Collection. That's a compliment to you, and it absolutely is, you know, especially the Starfire stuff, you know. And by the way, that comment by Rick I had up on the screen for like 2 minutes. Let me put it up again. You've amassed so much amazing published art in such a short time, and it's true. Yeah. So that's credit to you as well. And honestly, even regardless of the time, you know, even if it wasn't in such a short time, even if it took you way longer, it's still pretty amazing. It's just really great stuff you have. So yeah, you should be very proud, and I'm sure you are. You know, yeah, Rick, his cover recreation show will go for 24 hours. Exactly. I'm not even sure we can finish in 24 hours. It's like if it was 200 to 300 like I thought it was, I'd struggle to think we could do a 24-hour show. 800? We need, especially the way I do, you know, my show. I think that would be like one show per day for like a month. I don't know. I don't know. With the talking that goes on, 800 pieces. Holy crap! It would never end, man. Like, yeah, we'd all have to start doing cocaine, lines of cocaine, just to like, stay awake for like a week or whatever, you know? Oh my gosh. That blue face in the background is Eternity. It's subtle in that piece. No, no, that's not Eternity.
No, it was where's that blue face? It's what was the character that raised
his name is actually there. His name is actually there because I saw it in your scan. Far left. Far left.
Cronus is the guy who raised Drax from the dead. Cronus, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cronus, okay.
I believe he's the character. Maybe it would be Eternity, but it was before Eternity, I believe.
Oh, no. Cronus is the guy on the far left, right?
That's Mentor.
Oh, that's no, that's right. That's Mentor.
Yeah,
and
the Heroes.
Right. That's yeah. The face Cronus. In the back.
Oh, sorry. I don't see. You can't see it. Great. That's Cronus. Cronus is the guy who raised Drax from the dead to go chase Thanos.
There you go.
I think, right? Am I correct?
I think so. Or is he correct? Is Rich correct? Maybe it's Eternity.
Well, it says Cronus, but it's drawn like Eternity. But it
does. Okay, it says if it says Cronus, that means it's Cronus. Yeah.
That's a good eye, by the way, because I didn't mention that when I was showing it. I'm surprised somebody noticed that.
Yeah, and let me, I didn't do it yet. Let me show the slide. Might as well. I made
know about that too. Yeah,
I made the slide. Let's show the slide. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah, you can see that there. Yeah.
Yeah, this way we can see it without any glare, even though it's not as big, but still, yeah. So yeah, no, that's pretty cool. So yeah, Kronos and Mentor, Thanos, Eros, Iron Man, and the Destroyer. Let's not call them don't call me Drax Destroyer. Yeah. So very, very cool piece for sure. Absolutely. And tell everybody, pencils by Starlin, inks by Starlin or by Al Milgrom?
Well, I'm trying to remember what Starlin told me. And he told me that he had penciled and did some inks, if I remember right. And he said Milgrom did the rest of the inks in colored. That's what I remembered. I'm going to see Jim Starlin here in a couple of weeks, and I was going to bring this down with and videotape his explanation because I need to get it on record. And so he's going to be here at SummerCon. If that guy from Seattle is still around, I'll be at the SummerCon in Puyallup, Washington in 3 weeks, 2-3 weeks.
Oh, okay.
And Jim Starlin will be there too, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for the nice compliments and to Shaun and for his collection. That's really nice. I'm not sure what that means. 900 more scans to go. Nope. Did I hear you mention cocaine? I'm in for a future hang. Oh, boy. What's up, geeks? Oh, and by the way, there was somebody new here. I noticed earlier. I wanted to say hello to, and I didn't see it. I wanted to know if maybe, Shaun, if it was somebody that you knew.
I actually invited one guy. He asked me for your contact. I'm trying to remember. I just bought a piece of art from him, and he wanted to see what the show is about because I was mentioning that I might want to be on the show, but I didn't get it in time.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
trying to
looking
remember
for.
his name, too. He's a Conan dealer. Conan the Barbarian.
Oh, here. Is it this one? Diamond the Dragon.
No, it's like Rick Greek or Rick
Oh,
Creek.
oh.
But no,
Okay.
Diamond the Dragon isn't somebody I know.
Okay,
No,
Diamond the Dragon. Okay, if you're still watching, let us know who you are, or if you want to let us know who you are, if you're somebody that a name that is on Comic Art Fans, perhaps that we might know, or let me know how you figured out how you found out about my show. I don't know. Let us know if you're still there. Thanks for dropping in, by the way. And let me see. Let me go back to the thank yous from everybody. And so Rich says, "Oh, Kronos, yes, I remember him from the early Starling Captain Marvel books. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's confirmed." Ruben, the White Line Fever. Excellent show, Shaun and Ruben. Thank you, Peter. We really appreciate it. Yours was excellent last week as well.
I was going to say, actually, the only show I've ever watched of his was yours, Peter. So I was very happy to watch that. I'll now watch a few others. But
You hear that? You hear that, everybody? The only show I've ever watched of Ruben's was last week.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of my content. Yeah, as you guys can see, But no, that's really, really awesome. 4 thumbs up from Marcus. That's really cool. Rich says, "Great show, Shaun and Ruben. Thank you, my friend." Ruben, the nose candy man. Ruben, the dragon chaser. You guys are funny. Where does the name Neon Dragon? Okay, whatever. Neon Dragon come from? Ruben is a must see every week. Thank you, CJ. I know you always have my back. I appreciate it. Shaun was watching 3 Body Problem instead. Yeah, with Carl. He probably got together with Carl. They were watching it together. Look at that. Carl's still there. That's awesome. He caught you. You thought he was gone and he caught you. Oh, that's good. Fun from what I saw. Thanks for sharing. Shaun, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank all of you. Again, I can't do this without you. It wouldn't be the same just doing this with a guest in the studio for the sake of having people sit and watch quietly. I can't. I'll never do that. I'd rather just stop doing this altogether. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to those of you who watch on Rewind. Really appreciate you, of course, but especially those of you who are here week in and week out, or almost every week in and week out. It really means a lot to me. Like I said, I don't get paid to do this. It takes a lot of work because I'm the only guy doing it as well. I don't have help. And the show and tells, the hangout episodes and roundtable episodes, those don't really take any work because there's no slides. It's just any show where I have to make slides, collect and spend hours looking through artwork and whatever. It takes a long time to put together show and tell episodes. But yeah, I wouldn't do it if you guys weren't here to hang out and crack the jokes as usual. And it'd be so nice to all my guests who take the time to come in and do this with me in the studio. So I really, really appreciate it. More than you can say, more than I can say, and more than you know. Kronos is Thanos' grandfather as well. I don't know if that's true, but okay. Superman sounds like Rob Liefeld. I don't know what that even means. But seriously, thank you all. Appreciate you. Shaun, can you not hang up? Can you stick with me until we go off air? Okay. Yeah. Anything you want to say, Shaun? By the way, I didn't mention it yet. As usual, though, Shaun, if you want to check out more of his collection, and you certainly should, take a deeper dive into it. Down below in the description, down here somewhere, you will find the direct link to Shaun's gallery on CAF, and that'll take you directly there, so you can check out more stuff, and especially those 800. They're not all there, but part of those 800 recreations are there, so you can get a head start now before we do next year's Shaun recreation. 1 week long, 24-hour per day for 7 straight days. Show and tell of his 800 pieces. Okay, I'm just kidding. We will never do that. But yes, happy Memorial Day to all of you. Appreciate you. Have a fun time. Be safe out there if you decide to go drinking and driving and stuff. Be very careful. And I will. Good night to you, CJ. Thank you. I will leave you all with the thumbnail for next week. And for that, let me go here. Let me get rid of this. There we go. And next week, come back, everybody. Come back, because we're going to have another banger of a show with awesome, cool collector, Rob Fry. Check it out here. This is, you know what? This is, I made so many different thumbnails. This is not the official one, but this is the one I'm showing for tonight. I thought that was just a really, really cool curved design with the scope in the background. And that's from the George Pérez Marvel Fanfare 3 issues that he did with Black Widow. Yeah, but the official one for the show that I scheduled on my channel right here, you can see it, is the background has got the George Pérez Crisis on Infinite Earths index to Crisis on Infinite Earths cover. So there you go. Have a good time this week, everybody. Don't forget to tune in to Nikki B's show this Friday at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. And yeah, then be back here to check out another awesome collection with Rob Fry. Episode 45 of Show and Tell at the usual 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Thank you so much again, everybody. Really appreciate it. And that's it. We'll see you next week. Peace and go blue.